Today, modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. Yo, and we are live. Yo, this is SET with SET Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, let's jump right into it with Trump's announcement of trade deals, and then we're going to go ahead and get into Scott Bessent's and, Lutnick's explanation of these trade deals and how they benefit America, guys. Let's go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video. All right, let's go.
People, what a great cabinet member in person, and she's working on bringing education back to the states where it belongs, and lots of other things like how come Harvard got $5 billion in the last year and a half or 2 years? $5 billion they got. Linda said, you know, you're not going to be happy. What? Harvard's getting billions and billions of dollars, and they're not spending it nicely, and they're very discriminatory and lots of other things. And she's got a tough judge. She's got a judge that would typically not be with us, but I don't want to say that because you never know what happens. But we'll win that case. Ultimately, we're going to win it. No decision made yet, but she's in the middle of a lot of things. But Linda, you have been unbelievable. Thank you very much. Great job you've done. And I said hello to Chris Wright. Chris is the most talented person. Doug actually said that I offered Doug Department of Energy, and he said, I have somebody better. He's never said that in his whole life about anybody, Mary. He's never said that about anybody, but he said Chris Wright is so incredible, and he's the #1 guy in the oil industry. And he left for, I won't even tell you the money he was making. It was crazy money, but he knew that, and he wanted this, and he and Doug have done an incredible job. And thank you, Chris, very much. And Doug Collins, where's Doug Collins? Doug Collins, what a great guy he's been. What a great guy. At the VA right now, you have a 92% approval rating. That's not bad. Let's see if you can get it up a little bit. Who are the 8%, right? But he's working on it. He is working on it. He's incredible. What a job. Thank you, Doug. What a great job you're doing. Appreciate it. As well as EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. Where's Lee? This guy. People don't know. He was a great lawyer, like top of the line, and then he became a congressman in a race that he had no chance to win. He won, and was a congressman like for 6 years or something, and was highly respected. And then he took a shot at running for governor of New York, even though people said it was almost impossible to even think about. And he almost won. He came so close, almost won. And I appointed him as the environmental czar. She's our environment czar. And what a job, secretary on the cabinet. He's got everything. And the job he's been doing is incredible because we have $16 trillion so far invested in our country. We've never had anything even close. And this is just really in the last 4 months, not 6 months.
Yeah, we're going to need some EPA regulation cutbacks to go ahead and get a lot of these projects off the ground with these $1 trillion of investment coming in to pretty much promote business in the USA. We're going to go ahead and need some regulation cutbacks from the EPA.
And that's when we started accepting things and getting things going and getting them rock and rolling. And Lee is getting the permits for people so fast. You know, the biggest problem they had is we can't build if you're not going to give us the permits, or if it's going to take 9 years to get a permit and then get rejected. You know, they'd wait 9, 10, 12 years to do environmental impact statements. And at the end of 12 years, they'd get a rejection 3-2. You know, they gave their lives to it. We don't do that anymore. He does it within weeks, and we really appreciate Lee. He's got an incredible staff, and we appreciate the job he's done. He's an unbelievable guy. OMB Director Russ Vought. Nobody knows the finances of this country and the waste, fraud, and abuse better than Russell. So, Russell, I want to thank you for doing such a great job. You're really in there fighting, and really was a big help during this whole situation that we had, Tom, right, with Russ. When we had to know the numbers, there's nobody that knows him better. He lives with him. Director of National Intelligence. Oh, where's Tulsi? She's like hotter than everybody. She's the hottest one in the room right now.
I mean, yeah.
Because
we're about to get into the press briefing with Secretary Leavitt and Tulsi Gabbard, where pretty much Tulsi Gabbard lays out all of her evidence for this whole Obama Russian hoax situation.
We found out. With certainty, I think we knew it before, in all fairness, Tulsi. But now you have certainty. She has all the documents. She has everything that you need. And she found out that Barack Hussein Obama led a group of people, and they cheated in the elections, and they cheated without question. It's not even a quote. Would you say there's even a little question there, Tulsi? She says no. And you found things that nobody thought we'd ever find. And very happy and very honored to have you with us. She's right now, by far, Speaker, she's hotter than you right now, Speaker. She's the hottest person in the room right now, Speaker. So, Tulsi, great job. And I know you have a lot more coming. She told me you've seen nothing yet. So I heard those rumors about you, but now I know they're true. So we're very proud of you, Tulsi. They cheated so badly, and ultimately it led to a loss in 2020. And it shouldn't have been a loss. It was a big victory. We won by a lot. We had to do it again. But if I thought we lost, I would never have run again. And this is a far more consequential election than it would have been if we did. That's the only thing I can say in favor of it. But we can't ever let that happen again to our country. Look at what happened in terms of inflation, in terms of so many things. But most importantly, maybe in terms of allowing millions and millions of people into our country that we shouldn't have. We shouldn't have these people in our country, and their levels of violence and things that we're seeing are so bad, and we're getting them out. And Tom Holman and Christie have done an incredible job, and but we're getting them out. But this should have never happened. It was like just a terrible, unforced error. The only thing that I can't figure out, I always like to figure the other side. Why would they do this? Why would they allow people to come into our country from all over the world, not just South America, but from Venezuela, but from all over the world they came?
Well, you can say it was to, maintain their districts, so they can stay in power with a whole bunch of illegals that they let in. So they're going to be beholden to the Democratic Party, and that's how the Dems were forever going to stay in power. I mean, you could say that, or you could just say that, these guys just hate immigration policies. But I will go with the first one.
And they came by hundreds of thousands, in some cases, hundreds of thousands a day. When you look at some of these, they break down gates. We built hundreds of miles of wall. They didn't break down the wall, but anything that wasn't a wall, they were able to break it down. And they came in, though, by the millions. And we're going to be paying a price for this. So we are paying a price. It's all consuming. And we have to get 11,888 murderers, many of them murdered more than one person. And they're in here, and some are already gone. We've gotten them out. Some we can't get out. We want to put them in jails because we're afraid they'll come back. They're so violent. And they used to say, no, these are the illegal immigrants, they said, are very kind people. Remember that? They used to say they're kind, they don't commit crimes. No, they make our criminals look like extremely nice people. And we have to get them out, and it's a big job, but we're doing it, and step by step. And last month, as you know, in June, we had 0 people come through the border, right? 0 people come through the border. So we're doing a real job. But what we found out is horrible, that Obama and a group of thugs cheated on the election.
And guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
They cheated violently, viciously on the elections. They're violent people. They're vicious, horrible. These are vicious, horrible people. And we can't let this happen. SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler, a cabinet member and a great person. Hi, Kelly. And she has done a job. You know, I always say small business. I used to say it with somebody else that happened to be, Linda, you happened to be there. I said, it's small business, but it's actually the biggest business there is, right? Probably there is. When you add it up, all those little small loans, you add them up, it's the biggest bank there is. But Kelly, you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Don't do a better job than Linda. That would be terrible. Linda had the job before you. She was so great, but don't beat her, because Linda would be very upset about that. Actually, she'd be happy. I think you'd be happy about it, right, Linda? That's the way Linda is. I want to also express our gratitude to all of the wonderful friends, and mostly spouses, but the wonderful friends that we have here. This is sort of just a great period of time for the country, and it's a great period of time for the Republican Party. I also want to wish Congresswoman, a truly beautiful woman, Mary Miller, and her husband, her handsome husband. This is like I'd like to use them on the front page of an advertisement for people that come to a hotel or something, but they're like I think they're a perfect couple. Mary Miller, I'd like to thank you and wish you a lot with your husband, Chris, and a very happy 45th wedding anniversary. Wow. It's a beautiful couple with beautiful children and grandchildren. Good. Keep it going. Keep it going. Mary's very respected too, Chris. You know that. She's doing a fantastic job. Beautiful woman. And happy birthday to Representative Robert Adderholt. Where is Robert? Robert? Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary, Robert. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. So we have an anniversary. We have a birthday today. Anybody else having a birthday or anything? Robert, great job you're doing. Thank you very much. We appreciate it very much. Time and time again, the House Republican majority has defied the odds to deliver win after win for the American people. They were giving us very small odds of doing this bill. In fact, we were originally breaking it up into 7, and then 6, and then about 3 and 2. And then ultimately we said 1, and I had it a little different name. I had 1 great, big, beautiful bill. But Steve said, that's too much. That's a little too much. Let's take the word great out. But it is great. It was a little tougher to say, a little too long. But we took the word great out. But it is one incredible.
Now, Trump being able to get his big, beautiful bill through is a major legislative win, because, I mean, after all the propaganda that the left was doing to make sure that it didn't pass, out of grandstanding on the Republican side, and they were still able to get this bill through, even after all the attacks on it and everything. I mean, hey, it lets you know this bill must be more beneficial than they're, letting on. And like I said, it is less than a month since this bill got signed. So let's wait 3 to 6 months into it, and let's see how this bill is looking.
Situation that we passed. And people said that we'll do a number of bills and it'll be much easier. Typically, that's the way, except the problem was you had some where for the good of the country, you had to do certain things, but it wouldn't necessarily mean you were going to get the votes. But you needed it for the good of the country. But the big, beautiful bill, the beauty is that it had something in it and a lot for everyone, including the people in this room that had a vote. So I think it was an incredible decision that we made pretty early on, right? We had a lot of people.
You know, there are some controversial things in there. I believe the one of the main things was tax cuts or the cuts to Medicaid. And I believe the most second controversial thing would probably be no, really, actually, it was just the cuts to Medicaid. I think that was the only thing that the Dems were complaining on. If I'm missing something, let me know.
People that were skeptical, Mike, about doing the one. They said it's just not possible to get it passed. And I think it actually turned out to be the biggest advantage because everybody had something in it. No matter who you were, you could go back and say, look what we got. Oh, well, that's okay. So it really worked out well. You passed the Lake and Riley Act. You passed the Halt Fentanyl Act. That's big stuff. You know, we are tariffing countries that are sending us fentanyl and working with fentanyl. And sadly, we're taking in billions and billions of dollars, but we don't want to take in billions for that. We want them to stop, and they will. With the help of our great First Lady, you passed the Take It Down Act. That's a big thing. And it was a bipartisan. That was very bipartisan. I think I'll ask her to get involved in more. Actually, it was like a real bipartisan, not where you had two. You had a lot of Democrats.
Okay, now I see everybody pretty much say now, what about Medicare and SNAP? Now, SNAP, yes, there are cuts to that one. But like I said, there's mainly work requirements and all that good stuff. So there's restrictions to SNAP. I will admit that one. Now, Medicaid, like I said, work requirements and cuts as well. And for Medicare, there is no cuts to Medicare. There is no cuts to Medicare, only Medicaid.
Vote for that one. That's a beautiful thing. The horrible things that take place on the internet, and they destroy children, and children do bad things to themselves, including, you know what the word is, suicide.
All the poor people.
And it really broke her heart to see it so often, so much. And take it down. We take it off the internet. They do things that are so bad. And it was a great thing that you did, bipartisan. On July 3rd, you passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, and that's going to go down, I think, is one of the most monumental achievements ever in congressional history. In one historic package, we delivered the largest tax cut in American history, the largest spending cut in American history, and the largest border security investment in American history. And we got no tax on tips. Think of it, no tax on Social Security. We have no tax on overtime. It's just been, there's never been anything like it. And
that really does help the working man. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. And I mean, here's one thing that you guys leave out: cracking down on this immigration. Yes, cracking down on immigration on the illegals, which actually lower wages in low wage job or low skill jobs. These illegals do not help Americans in that regard. So when you guys talk about helping workers, I mean, yes, no tax on tips. Yeah, that helps as well. But also increasing border security also factors into that. Because, I mean, you know, what's the point of getting all these companies back here if we're just going to put illegals into them and pay them less than minimum wage? I mean, what's the point?
When you explain it, you know, because the Democrats are out there saying death. That's all they're given the word manufactured. They manufactured. The word they use is death. That's the only thing they're good at. That's the only thing. So they have death.
Yeah, and that's all they can say is, oh, that the Medicaid cuts are going to cause death. Now, maybe you guys should look at the Medicaid budget, and you would discover that, well, one, working with about, I believe, $800 to $900 billion in Medicaid funding, with $25 billion being allocated to rural area hospitals. So if you actually look up what we've been spending on Medicaid for in the past before Biden, because Medicaid spending was up in the trillions and we cut it down to about 800 billion. Like, trust me, work still needs to get done. It needs to go down lower than that. So trust me, you guys are going to be crying a lot over the next couple of years, because Medicaid, I mean, we damn near need to get it back down to pre-COVID with Trump, when it was about like what, $400 or $500 billion. So it still needs to go down. So you guys are crying about it going from $1 trillion to 800 billion. Oh man, you got a lot more heartbreak left, my friend.
And when we get out and sell, it's the opposite. It gives us life. It gives the country life. It gives, you could look at Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. It gives it life. It means it's going to be here. They're going to be here. They wouldn't be here. I don't think we'd have a country. You want to know the truth? If we didn't win this election, I don't think we'd even have a country. But we've achieved more in 6 months than the most administrations have achieved during their 4 years or even 8 years. We've achieved more in 6 months than most administrations have achieved, whether it's 4 years or 8 years, which is pretty incredible. And when I was in Saudi Arabia, we took back $5.1 trillion. We went to Qatar, we went to Saudi Arabia and UAE. Great leaders, all three. And great. They were great.
Okay, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and send it in $2 and up. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. And it helps us get to that goal so we can open up the call-in line and get some of you guys in here.
And they invested, when I say took it back, I mean took it back in terms of an investment in the country, $5.1 trillion with a T, $1 trillion. And the king of Saudi Arabia looked at me, he says, you know what? 1 year ago, America was dead. Your country was dead. He said, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. That's a big statement. And that was 2 months ago. But he said, you went from a dead country, which is pretty hard to hear that. But it's true. I mean, think of it. We had a dead country. We had an embarrassment. You all over the world, they were laughing at us like we were a bunch of fools. We had a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's no country even close to being as hot. And those great representatives of Japan that a few of you, including the speaker, got to see in action, smart and sharp. And they said the same thing. They said, look, you have the hottest country in the world. So since I took office, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, and they just did it again today, have set more than a dozen record highs. Core inflation is way down, below 2%. Think of that. And gas prices are the lowest they've been in many, many years. You know, it's interesting. I watch the Democrats and they get on these shows.
And the funny thing is, I mean, the Dems honestly were predicting complete doomsday. Like as of now, I mean, we're supposed to be in the red, guys, but all of our major indexes are in the green. The consumer price index, the prices are still stable. Inflation, stable. So what was all that fear mongering you guys were talking about in August? I mean, August, May, June. I mean, we're 3 months in, guys, and none of what the Dems said happened. But like I said, we'll give you guys another 3 months, and then you guys will ask for 6 months, and then we'll give you that, and then you'll ask for a couple years. So I see you guys will keep moving the goalposts.
Well, prices are up. Energy is up. Gasoline is through the roof. Food and groceries are up. They lie. One guy even said eggs are up, and we reduced it by about 5 times. Think of it, eggs, because when I first got here, the first week, they hit me. The fake news back there, they hit me. First week, they're screaming at me, eggs are through the roof. What are you going to do? I said, this isn't my problem. This was, Biden did this, not Trump. But they were screaming at me. I said, just give me a chance. And I will say our Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke, did a great job. Brooke Rollins, she did a great job. She's here too. Thank you, Brooke. But think of what we've done. So prices are all down. I don't think there's any price other than we have a real terrible head of the Fed. And if he brought down interest, you know, in Europe, the European Union, they've lowered their interest rate now 11 times, and we haven't lowered ours at all. He's a stiff. He's a knucklehead. And I was very nice to him at the beginning because I know how to sell. And, you know, at a certain point, it didn't matter anymore because the guy is just not a smart person. Shouldn't have been there. And I blame myself in a way for that. But I blame Biden for extending.
Hold on. Did Trump actually just blame himself for something? Well, damn. Oh, man, a special day, is it not? I'll be real with you. I like Trump, but I never heard this man really take responsibility. But yes, Powell is his fault. And since 2016, Powell been sitting there for 10 years. So here's the thing. He got to wait him out. He can't fire the man. And only Powell can sit there and choose to resign if he wants to. But we're in 2016. That's the end of his term. And I believe Trump opened to put in a new chair that will have another 10 years. So Trump, don't F up. Don't F it up this time.
I was surprised that they extended him, but they did. I think they extended him because they knew how much I couldn't stand him. So they did it for that reason. But and he did lower the rate before the election 2 or 3 times. It's the only time he's really acted like that. But no, he's a bad job. And he's hurting people. He's hurting people that can't get houses because they don't have mortgages. And I don't know if he knows it or not. He's either evil or stupid, and either is really not acceptable. But he's not doing a good job. And but he's only going to be there for a short while. Not going to be there much longer. Our deregulation efforts are saving the typical family thousands and thousands of dollars. So remember, when you're campaigning, got to remember this. Prices are down, groceries are down, oil is down, energy is down, gasoline is, wow. We hit $1.99 a gallon today in 5 different states. You know, in California, he keeps adding taxes, you know, when you go to $7, $8, but I mean, they just keep putting taxes on gasoline. It's crazy. I think you ought to take a look at that, Doug. It's ridiculous what he's doing out there. And he's really hurting people a lot. But we have, in free market, we have gasoline that's getting down to the low 2s. And in some cases, even breaking that. I think you're going to end up breaking it if Doug does his job with Chris. You're going to be so drill, baby, drill, right, Doug? That's Doug. He really took that theme to heart. He's going wild, actually. And we'll fill up.
And guys, let's remember to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. But yes, let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Let's get the likes up there to 40.
The strategic reserves, you know, they use the big, these are massive cavities in Earth that you wouldn't believe how big. And they took the oil out that we put in. We put in a lot at good prices. And they took it out before the election. And it didn't really amount to that much for cars. You know, it didn't last that long, actually, because that's as big as those cavities. We call them cavities, are caves. They're incredible salt. They're salt mines, and they have almost an unlimited capacity, but it is limited. And they were just about filled up to the top. And for the election, they started emptying it. It wasn't meant for that. It really meant for a military emergency. It wasn't meant to keep prices down so that somebody can win an election, but obviously that didn't work. And the blue-collar workers have already seen their largest real wage increase in 60 years, another thing you can say. But the biggest thing you can say, and I told Mike today, I said, Mike, there's one thing where I don't believe we can lose. So at the end of my first term, I was so proud of myself because I worked very hard. And pharmaceuticals, drug prices went down for the first time in 28 years. Think of that. First time in 28 years they went down. You know what they went down? 1/4 of 1 point.
Man.
A little much.
And the pharmaceuticals are still kicking. Well, pharmaceutical companies are still kicking and screaming over Trump pretty much signing the executive order to get most favored nation prices on pharmaceuticals. So it's either two things are going to happen. So the pharmaceutical companies got to make a choice. It's either we lowered American prices to, you know, and damn near everybody gets the same, or we raise everybody's pharmaceutical prices around the world so America can sit there and be like, what you mean, man? Look, we charging everybody else the same thing. You can't get mad that the prices are still high. I mean, they could do that as well, or they could just dramatically drop prices.
The line was almost straight. It was like but it went down. First time in many years, 28, I think. And I was so proud. I called a news conference to announce that drug prices have gone down for the first time in many years. And I thought it was great. But then I did something much better. And this is what you have to run on. I have a friend who has a serious weight problem. Serious. He's brilliant, but extremely heavy. I'm being nice. And he takes Ozempic, or as they call it, the fat drug. And he's a brilliant guy. He's rich, tough.
Popularized by the Kardashians.
Highly neurotic. He's a mess. He's a total mess. But he is brilliant and rich. And he was in London. And he calls me like, President. He always used to call me Donnie. Now he calls me President. That's good. I like that better. He goes, President, what's going on? I just bought the Ozempic for $88. And in New York, I pay $1,300.
Yep.
Same factory, same company that makes it, same everything.
I mean, yeah, that is true. I mean, for the entire box of Ozempic, oh man, you could end up paying $1,500, which is pretty much like $500 per pen of Ozempic. And trust me, I know about Ozempic because I have a family member who's a diabetic. But yeah, it's a pretty damn expensive. And it's kind of crazy because thanks to insurance, that family member is able to afford it. But if it wasn't for insurance, I mean, that would be some pretty crazy pricing to deal with. And they would damn near have to go to the UK or overseas to get this. I mean, $1,588, ridiculous. I don't even know how they're able to get away with this, but Thank God Trump nipped it in the butt. Hopefully the pharmaceutical companies don't decide to make everybody pay $1,500 for Ozempic.
$88 to $1,300. He said almost $1,300. And I explained to him that that's the way it's been for many, many years, where people actually go to Europe in order to buy drugs. When they come back, they'll load it up. In fact, sometimes they get arrested for having so much they think they're drug addicts. They just buy months of supply because it's sometimes 1/10, 1/8, 1/5, 1/2. It's a tremendous difference. And this is for the people in this room, because this is something that nobody else can do. We're going to get the drug prices down, not 30 or 40%, which would be great, not 50 or 60. No, we're going to get them down 1,000%, 600%, 500%, 1,500%, numbers that are not even thought to be achievable, because I've used a certain talent that I have and convinced the drug companies that you have no choice. The drug companies were selling drugs, same company, in Europe and other places, based on what Europe told them to sell them at. And they said, let America pick up the difference. And I wouldn't let it happen. I wouldn't let it happen.
Yeah, could we pay? I mean, bro, not only do we invent most of these drugs, but we pay for the research and development. So we invent it, and we also pay for the research and development of the drugs that are produced into the world, which is kind of crazy, as they call the R&D. So yes, it's either they need to lower the prices and spread out the costs of R&D amongst the other countries. I mean, or they can raise all the other countries' prices as well. I mean, hey, fair is fair. Either way, y'all gonna operate fairly with us.
So I invoked what's called the favored nations provision, so that we will pay the same price as the lowest nation anywhere in the world. And drugs will come down, like from, as an example, $1,300 in the case I gave you. They'll come down from $1,300. Now, in the world, they'll go up a little bit, not as much as you think, because the world is bigger than the United States in terms of population, as you probably know. But it will go up. And maybe it'll go up, instead of $88 or $90, it will go up to 110 or 120 or 140. But we're going to come down to 140. So you're going to have it coming down from $1,300 to 140, 150, 160. What difference? I mean, somewhere big. And it'll be, serious. It'll be numbers that nobody can even imagine. That's going to have a huge impact on Medicaid, Medicare, even Social Security. It's going to have a huge impact on everything. So I just want you to know that that's one of the things that you have, and they'll never be able to take it away from you. When I said no tax on tips, Kamala got just killed. We won Nevada by a lot. They have 99.9% of the people work in hotels, right? I said no tax on tips. And a month later, she said, and there will be no tax on tips. And they got booed out of the room because they knew that was our issue. So they'll try and...
I would just say it was funny how Kamala Harris was plagiarizing policies. I'm like, well, damn, you can't come up with your own ideas. You got to plagiarize Trump policies and all that crazy stuff.
And pick up on this issue. They can't, because we did it, but they'll try anyway, because they do lie terribly. We will have reduced drug prices by 1,000%, by 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 700, 600.
And if you're wondering, well, Seth, why does these pharmaceutical companies even got to do what America says? Well, we are 75% of their 75% of their profits. We pay for the research and development. I mean, they better do what we say when we have all this leverage. Yes, they better do what we say. So this is one of the main reasons why the pharmaceutical company will bend the knee, because I mean, it's kind of funny how the world can like cry, bitch, and moan about our power, but you let us have all the buying power in the world. You let us pay more for pharmaceuticals, and then you're going to get mad when we have the most say so. What do you think was going to happen?
Not 30 or 40 or 50%, but numbers the likes of which you've never even dreamed of before. And we're working very hard right now to get the other countries to lift up their prices a little bit, and to get the drug companies to put it to them. And if they don't, the drug companies will have...
Guys, let's make sure we support the show by sending any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements. $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
A lot of problems, and they are mostly agreed to it. And if the countries don't, then as an example, if it's Europe, I'll say that's okay. You're no longer allowed to sell cars in America. You're no longer allowed to have Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, or any of the other many cars. And they will say, oh, I love the idea of lower drug prices for America. So you have to use that. You have to use that because it's, I mean, I can't think of anything that could be more powerful than that. Okay. And there's nothing more powerful than that. And we can't forget about it. I said, one thing I said to the speaker today, I said, the one thing I'm going to bring up tonight, because we have so many of the the congressmen and women in the room. But the one thing I'm going to bring up is what we did with, we call it favored nations. But so we're going to have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world. We'll be tied for the lowest drug price, essentially, anywhere in the world.
Yep.
And you can win your election. I don't care where you come from.
And remember, the deal is most favored nation. So whatever that pharmaceutical company selling that pill for, in whatever nation has the lowest price, that's the price that we get. So like I said, we want to say to Ozempic and the company selling it, let's say lowest price, $60 per pen, I don't know, somewhere in Sweden, right? Well, that means we're going to get the same $60 per pen in America. Now, if this pharmaceutical company wants to be a dickhead and they want to be like, oh, screw these guys, now the cheapest price for this pen is now $120, then, well, guess what? I mean, we still see a reduction in price. It would just be that $120 that Sweden is paying that the pharmaceutical company's up from 60 to 120. You guys see where I'm going with this?
That helps everybody. There's no other point, I think, that can, what do you think, Mary? Do you agree? Okay, I agree too, Mary. You better agree, Mary, if you didn't agree. If you didn't agree. But no, it's an amazing thing. And nobody thought that was even possible. So we've negotiated historic trade deals with the United Kingdom, Indonesia, China, today Japan, and the Philippines. We just did the Philippines today also. A good deal. We have stopped wars between India and Pakistan, the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda. That was going on for 30 years. And by the way, India, Pakistan was probably going to end up in a nuclear war if they kept, you know, they shut down 5 planes in the last attack. And it was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I called them and I said, listen, no more trade. If you do this, you're not going to be good. But they're both powerful nuclear nations. And that would have happened. And who knows where that would have ended up. And I stopped it. Iran, you saw, we took out their entire capability of nuclear. Kosovo and Serbia, we stopped that. And a couple of others that we didn't stop a war, but we stopped what probably could have ended up in a war. And we do that on the House. It's compliments of America, okay? Do you think Biden would do that? I don't think so. Do you think he ever heard of any of those countries? I don't think so. I was sitting there screaming back and forth with Japan, and somebody said, can you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. There would be no negotiation. We'd just be ripped off like we have been. We've been ripped off so many years by friend and foe.
And to quickly explain the Japanese trade deal or the framework of it, it is 19% tariffs across the board on Japanese products coming into America, and it is 0% tariffs on American-made products coming into Japan. So, shout out America. I mean, they pretty much just open up their market to us in key sectors like rice, cars, and I believe semiconductors as well. Now the cars, we don't really expect to sell cars into Japan, but what we do expect is Japan to bring over some of their manufacturing of their cars, bring more of that into America, and we'll be cool. That's what the whole $550 billion in investment stems from, which is also part of that trade deal framework with Japan.
And you know what? The friend has been worse in many cases than the foe, but ripped off on trade and other things. And I'm very proud to tell you that with NATO, the European countries essentially will be buying our equipment, paying 100% on the dollar, and then they're going to distribute it to where they're going to distribute it, which is going to be to Ukraine or whatever, but they're buying it, so we're not going to have the expense of giving away. Biden gave away $350 billion worth of equipment, or cash. Worse than equipment, cash. So we want to find out about that someday, I guess, right? but they were supposed to buy their own equipment. But I have a feeling they didn't spend every dollar on the equipment. But they are brave. Look, they're fighting a hard fight, and we're no longer going to do that. Our great companies, we make the best.
And shout out Hellbat. He's like, have you seen the lawsuit against Candace? I can actually cover that today if y'all want me to. I have no problem doing that. But yeah, I seen the lawsuit against Candace with Brigitte Macron pretty much sending her lawsuit going like, stop calling me a man, you liar. When let's be real, Brigitte, Candace is not lying because you're doing everything but proving that you are a woman. But okay. But First Lady of France is a man, though. I mean, allegedly, reportedly, supposedly.
Military equipment in the world, and our great companies are going to be selling now, and they'll be using it. So even those people that don't want to be in the war, and I'm one of them, but even those people are saying, wow, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So they'll be able to defend themselves, and we will no longer be paying for it. And I think that's a very big thing. So we've achieved incredible things in a very short period of time. And in polling released just last week, it was announced that the approval for congressional Democrats under Hakeem Jeffries has reached the lowest ever recorded, 19%.
Wow.
And Republicans are doing well. And I have the best numbers I've ever had. It's amazing. I watch people on television. Well, what about Donald Trump's polling numbers? Yeah, they're the best numbers I've ever had. And with this made-up hoax that they're talking about, my numbers have gone up 4 and 5 points. They want to do anything to get us off the subject of making America great again, and we're not going to put up with it. And remember, don't let them forget, it's so important, Obama cheated on the election. Look, the camera just went off. Obama, the red light just went off. Can you believe these people, how bad they are? Obama cheated. When they give you all the nonsense, Obama cheated and his people cheated, but he was there. You ever hear this? They talk about, if they ever even mention it, they never mention his name.
Here's the thing now, like, this what sucks about, him cracking down on Obama and them releasing MLK files. It all gets overshadowed by the fact that it does seem like they're trying to cover up the Epstein files. They're trying to lay out the meanest cover up. And then when we question it, oh, shut up. You were never for Trump. You guys are focusing on the wrong thing. I mean, the gaslighting is real.
Just the opposite with me. But they only mention my name. They don't mention any of you guys. They don't mention Tom. They don't mention Steve. They don't mention our great speaker. They mention Trump all the time. I'd like to have them mention you. But remember this, Obama cheated on the election. And we have it cold, hard, blue, and it's getting even more so because the stuff that's coming in is not even believable. So, and you should mention that every time they give you a question that's not appropriate. Just say, oh, by the way, Obama cheated on the election. You'll watch the camera turn off instantly. But I want to thank all of you again, once again. This is an incredible job. It's incredible people, really incredible people. And, it's very interesting. I got to know so many of you over the last 6 months, really.
No way.
But so many of you, some I didn't know. But you have tremendous talent. And for some I spoke to too much. And I particularly like the ones I didn't have to speak to at all, Mary.
Now, guys, I am just seeing on my feed that CNN is now even covering the fact that the French First Lady, Brigitte Macron, is suing Candace. CNN is reporting on it. And here's the thing. Candace has been talking about this for over a year now. Like, I've been read into this for a while now. So the fact that mainstream media is picking this up, things are getting serious. And you know what? I don't think Brigitte Macron is going to let this go to discovery because she'd actually have to prove that she's a woman. And I'm not sure how she's going to do that because she can't provide video proof, photo proof, medical proof. I mean, it's scary out here when it comes to that lady.
I didn't have to call Mary. But in particular, but I like them all. Look, in the end, we got there. We got the vote of almost all. A couple.
And shout out to my man Vlad Steen. He says, I wonder how many crazies here are cyclists and vegans. Talk about cult followers. Rachel Maddow said, slow must be truth. He says, psycho groupie cocaine crazy. Psycho groupie cocaine crazy. is wild. But shout out Vladimir and shout out the supporters, man. Appreciate you guys. And guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Be like my man Vladstein, donate $2, well, $2 or more. All right. Appreciate the support, guys.
For people that will never vote, no matter what. You know, they think it's so cool not to vote. They have no suggestions. They have no ideas. They have no nothing. They just want to vote no. I don't know why. They're not doing very well on the polls right now, by the way, I'll tell you right now. But I want to just, if I could for a second, because he really deserves it, is truly a spectacular person, spectacular man. I'd like to ask the Speaker, Mike Johnson, to come up and say a few words.
I mean, the champion of the Senate floor, Mike Johnson. I got to give it to this man.
Mr. President, I'm not going to speak long. These guys hear me talk all the time. Okay. I just want to say that we have been making history together, and we're making history because you are the visionary, bold, strong leader that America needed. The American people recognize that. They gave us a mandate, and we're delivering on it. The exciting thing about the big, beautiful bill is America First is no longer just an agenda. It is now the law of the land, my friends. I could go by and name person by person, and I should name their spouses as well. All the members in this room, everybody deserves the credit. They underestimated us all the time, every day, because our margin is so small.
Man, and guys, let's remember to double tap that screen, guys. Let's get to 100 likes. We got 500 y'all in here. Appreciate the support, by the way. But yes, let's double tap that screen, like the video, guys.
But we do not accept that as our fate. We work together. This was prayer and patience and preparation and teamwork that got it done. We began this about a year and a half before that bill was delivered. The deliberate work down in the trenches. I could name the chairman of all of our committees, 11 committees of jurisdiction that worked on the big, beautiful bill. All the members in here who contributed their ideas, their thoughts, their expertise. They gave their heart and soul to it, Mr. President, because they wanted to deliver for you and deliver for the people, and we did it together. And I'm telling you, this is landmark stuff. There's not anything bigger I think we may ever work on ever in this legislative arena, because it may not even be possible, but we did it. And I'm so grateful and I'm so thankful and humbled to work with this group, Mr. President. They are committed to the country as you are. You are the strong leader, the example for us. With your stamina, we know we can never sleep, okay? We've got much more to do to deliver for the people, and we're going to do it. We thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the celebration.
Yeah, reportedly, this man Trump runs off like 5 to 6 hours of sleep, not 7 or 8. Nope, 5 to 6. And he's ready to go for the next 48 hours. All right, guys, now let's get into Press Secretary Leavitt press briefing with Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. All right, guys, let's get right to it.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. We have a special guest with us today who will speak momentarily. But first, I would like to begin with a message from the White House to the families of the victims in the brutal murder case in Idaho, who were sharing their heart-wrenching stories about their loved ones before the court today and addressing the evil killer who took 4 precious souls. We are so sorry for the grief and the pain you have experienced at the hands of such a vicious and evil killer. Our nation grieves with you, and we will never forget the precious souls who were lost in this horrific act of evil. If it were up to the president, he would have forced this monster to publicly explain why he chose to steal these innocent souls. May God bless and watch over everyone affected by this unimaginable tragedy, especially the parents who lost their children. Let me begin with a few scheduling items off the top. Later this afternoon, President Trump will deliver the keynote address at the Winning the AI Race Summit here in Washington, D.C. President Trump believes it is non-negotiable that the United States wins the AI race, which is why today, President Trump will announce a bold and comprehensive AI action plan to sustain and enhance America's global AI dominance. Under President Trump's leadership, our country will lead the world in AI to secure a brighter future for all Americans, massively grow our economy, and protect our national security. The president will also sign 3 executive orders at the event this afternoon. On Friday morning, President Trump will travel to Scotland for a working visit that will include a bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Starmer to refine the historic US-UK trade deal. On the topic of trade, yesterday, President Trump accomplished something no other president has ever achieved. The president secured and announced 3 major trade deals with the Philippines, Indonesia, and Japan, all in one day. President Trump is finally putting a stop to our country getting ripped off. As a result of the president's successful negotiating tactics, many foreign markets are now being opened to American industries for the very first time, and harmful trade barriers are being broken.
It does seem like the common framework of these trade deals is that, yo, we keep tariffs on you, but you drop your tariffs on us. And that's just what we've been seeing across the board with Japan, Indonesia, and Vietnam. All of those trade deals came in with, well, we keep tariffs on you guys about 10 to 20%. And you guys drop your trade barrier, you guys drop your tariffs on us, and then you allow our products into your, domestic industry, or allow our products into your markets.
Down. Thanks to President Trump, these countries around the world are
pretty much increasing demand for American, agriculture mostly, and American products across the world.
Agreeing to open their markets to American-made products and goods for the first time, which will lead to a boom in sales and profits for American businesses right here at home. As President Trump said, he will only lower tariff rates if a country agrees to open their market to American-made products. If not, they will continue to face tariffs and pay a steep price to do business in the United States of America, which remains the best market on the face of the planet. Also this week, the president officially marked 6 months here at the White House. He made big promises to the American people on the campaign trail last year, and he has unquestionably delivered on those promises in record time. The president has defeated the Biden inflation crisis to make America affordable again. Core inflation is currently at its lowest level in 4 years, and prices for everyday goods.
Hey, shout out to my man Fox Chase. What's good? He says, yo. Hey, what's good with you, man?
Are falling. The president's pro-growth policies have fueled massive job growth across our country. Since the president has taken office, our economy has added nearly 700,000 new jobs, with native-born American workers accounting for all job gains. The president has put the economic needs of families and of workers first. He signed the largest tax cuts for the middle class in American history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. We have also seen the president unquestionably deliver on his promise to secure our southern border. He has ended Biden's illegal alien invasion, and for 2 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens were released into our country. The president has also, as you all know, initiated the largest
hey, look, we ain't letting them in, but we sure is kicking them out.
Mass deportation campaign in American history. The president has also restored law and order to make America safe again, another campaign promise he vowed to the American public. The United States of America is currently on track for its lowest murder rate on record, following this shift from the last administration to the Trump administration. The president has also ended Joe Biden's reckless war on American energy. U.S. oil and natural gas production are now surging, and summer gas prices reached their lowest level since 2021. The president has also rebuilt our military, another campaign promise. He just signed the largest military investment in decades to modernize our armed forces with cutting-edge technology to replenish our stockpiles and provide American troops with the best equipment in the world. The U.S. Army, Navy.
Now, I know this is a part of one time. Well, I ain't gonna lie. A couple of times I'm gonna agree with you, Dems, right? We should cut military spending. Like, there should have been major cuts to military spending. Instead, there were increases. I am a bit disappointed in that, like you guys. But considering the climate of today, maybe a Golden Dome wouldn't be so bad. And then maybe later on down, once we see where our military future is going, because here's the thing, I could see why Trump invested in the military if things are overseas are going to keep progressing the way they are. If Ukraine's going to keep, if Ukraine keeps progressing, if Israel keeps progressing with getting into it with the Middle East, we're going to need those weapons. Now, maybe further on down the line, hopefully, God willing, that we stop all these damn conflicts and then we can go ahead and draw back on military spending. Because these guys are always going to hype up military spending as long as they can say, oh, well, we're in this conflict, we're in that conflict, and we got to worry about this group, that group, and another one.
The Air Force and Space Force have all reached their recruitment goals months in advance. The president has restored America's standing on the world stage, brought back peace through strength, and brokered numerous peace agreements to end wars. Again, all of this in just 6 months. He obliterated Iran's nuclear program to end the war between Israel and Iran, got NATO members to raise their defense spending to 5% of GDP, and secured a ceasefire between India and Pakistan, as well as brokering a historic agreement between Rwanda.
And shout out to my man Vladstein. He says, I still want the Star Wars dome, damn it. Like, nah, for real. Shoot, Vlad, and I want a damn Death Star to myself. A man could dream.
In the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The president has already received 3 different Nobel Peace Prize nominations for his peacemaking efforts. Again, all of this progress, all of these accomplishments have occurred in just 6 months. We are truly just getting started, and we look forward to working with all of you for the next 3.5 years. On another matter, over the past few days, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has unveiled shocking new evidence that former President Barack Obama and top aides in the Obama administration conspired to subvert President Trump's 2016 election victory and undermine the democratic will of the American people. While publicly pretending to engage in a peaceful transfer of power, in private, former President Obama went to great and nefarious lengths to try to sow discord among the public and sabotage his successor, President Trump. The new evidence released by the Director of National Intelligence, who is here with me today, confirms that the Obama administration manufactured political.
And shout out to my man Luke, the GOAT. He said, could you recap really quick? Where is Trump being dumb? I appreciate your takes. Thanks. Where Trump being dumb? You know, honestly, the only place where Trump's being dumb at, in my personal opinion, is with the release of these Epstein files. Like, that's the only place where I see he's kind of being dumb. Because I think it is a dumbass move for this man to just be like, guys, get over it. Even though, you know, people in your administration hyped this up, tell them to just get over it when this is, I mean, extremely crazy that this man, Jeffrey Epstein, might have ties to the CIA, Mossad, might have crazy blackmail info on our president, past presidents, certain politicians, other world leaders. So for Trump just to sit there and tell us, look, man, just keep it pushing, move along, worry about something else. I mean, that was a very stupid move in my opinion. Other than that, the man is doing great. He's doing great.
Intelligence, which was later used as the justification for baseless smears against President Trump in an effort to try to delegitimize his victory before he even took the oath of office. The truth is that President Trump never had anything to do with Russia, and the Russia collusion hoax was a massive fraud perpetuated on the American people from the very beginning. And the worst part of this is Obama knew that truth, and so did all of the other corrupt officials involved in this scam, including former CIA Director John Brennan, former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper, former FBI Director James Comey, former Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, and many others. Director of National Intelligence Gabbard's report further confirms what we already knew. There was no collusion, no corruption, except on the part of Barack Obama and the weaponized intelligence agencies at the time. The Russia hoax was a blatant lie, all ginned up by Democrat political operatives that were signed off on by then President Obama and leaked to the news media to launch a years-long witch hunt against President Trump and his first administration. Allies of the president, including his own son, Donald Trump Jr., were disgustingly smeared as Russian assets, and some even had their lives destroyed because of this vicious lie. The president's first 2 years in office had this fake distraction hanging over it, and endless resources, time, and political capital were spent having to debunk these lies from the highest levels of our government. Now, nearly 10 years later, thanks to the declassification of documents by Director Gabbard, the truth has finally come to light. And this truth vindicates President Trump, his family, and his many allies and associates who were smeared with defamatory.
I'm not gonna lie though, this is one reason why we actually do need to get on Tulsi Gabbard as well when it comes to these Epstein files. Bro, she was able to get this release. Well, the Obama, I think she has something to do with the MLK as well. She's the Director of National Intelligence. I mean, Epstein is right up your lane, Tulsi. So it's kind of crazy how we're leaving her out the argument as well. And we're just kind of including Pam Bondi and Kash Patel. Like, no. Tulsi knows some things as well.
Lies. President Trump was right from the beginning about all of this, and we are grateful that justice can be served. Now, we have even more damning evidence implicating those who tried to sabotage a duly elected president and did grave material harm to our republic. Thanks to additional important work done by CIA Director Ratcliffe, Committee Chairman Rick Crawford over the past few months, a newly declassified 2020 report prepared by the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, which DNI Director Gabbard has declassified, found that the intel community did not have any direct information that Russian President Vladimir Putin wanted to help elect President Trump in 2016. And in fact, Russia was actively preparing for a Hillary Clinton victory. But at the unusual direction of Barack Obama at the time, the intel community published implausible intelligence suggesting otherwise. Why? To sabotage the incoming president. This is truly one of the greatest political scandals in American history. And reporters at legacy outlets, some of which are sitting in this room today.
And shout out to Little Gothics. He says Epstein was an Israeli blackmail operation. And I mean, hey, he definitely had ties. He definitely had some crazy ties to Israel and to, well, Mossad. Like when, what was it? Acosta pretty much was told to back off. It was because he was a intelligence operative. He's for intelligence. Now, Acosta never really told us who, but hey, there's only could be two. Never told us who, but it could only be two.
Like the New York Times and the Washington Post, were ridiculously awarded Pulitzer Prizes for their perpetuation.
Oh, and appreciate the support, man. I see that's your first time supporting in here. You honor us.
Of this hoax. It's well past time for those awards to be stripped from the journalists who receive them. It is not journalism to propagate political disinformation in service of the Democrat Party and those in the intelligence community who hand over out of context and fake intelligence to push a false political narrative. I will now pass it over to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, to speak more about all of this, and then we will open it up for questions afterwards. Tulsi, thank you for being here.
Hey, dog.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. At President Trump's direction and with the support and coordination of the House Intelligence.
And shout out to my man Vlad Steen. He says Mario, Luigi, and Bowser are on the list as well. Yep. All right. That was actually funny.
Intelligence Committee Chairman Rick Crawford. Today we've released a declassified oversight majority staff report that was produced in September of 2020. The stunning revelations that we are releasing today should be of concern to every American. This is not about Democrats or Republicans. This has to do with the integrity of our democratic republic and American voters having faith that the votes cast will count. There is irrefutable evidence that detail how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false. They knew it would promote this contrived narrative that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump win, selling it to the American people as though it were true. It wasn't. The report that we released today shows in great detail how they carried this out. They manufactured findings from shoddy sources. They suppressed evidence and credible intelligence that disproved their false claims. They disobeyed traditional tradecraft intelligence community standards and withheld the truth from the American people. In doing so, they conspired to subvert the will of the American people who elected Donald Trump in that election.
In my opinion, though, I do think the Obama administration was in too deep. They were in too deep and there was no walking it back. They did all this propaganda towards it. They right threw this man under the table. They're like, no, he's a Russian hoax. We need to impeach him. Imagine going that far into a narrative and then having to walk it all the way back. Like, all right, guys, our bad. There was really nothing to it. No, he's not a Russian spy, even though we just told you, like, for the past year and a half that he is. Sorry, guys, let's just walk this back. Our bad. Like, nah, the Dems went too far with it, and they kind of had to stick to the story.
In November of 2016, they worked with their partners in the media to promote.
Bro, walking that back would have been a political nightmare for the Dems. Let's be real. And shout out Little Gothics. Appreciate the support again. He said, Tulsi Gabbard, you smashing? Yeah, I would. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I would.
This lie, ultimately to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump and launching what would be a years-long coup against him and his administration. We're here today because the American people
From
deserve
20
the
years
truth.
20 years ago.
They deserve accountability, and they deserve justice. The records that we released on Friday that were ODNI records, Senator Chuck Grassley's release on Monday of what is known as the Clinton Annex, which was an appendix to the Department of Justice Office of Inspector General's 2018 report, as well as the House Intelligence Committee's majority oversight report that we're releasing today, all come back to and confirm the same report. There was a gross politicization and manipulation of intelligence by the Obama administration intended to delegitimize President Trump even before he was inaugurated, ultimately usurping the will of the American people. I'm going to go over the key findings from the House Intelligence Report, which investigated the claims that were made by an intelligence community assessment ordered by President Obama and published in January of 2017. First, Putin's principal interests relating to the 2016 election were to undermine faith in the US democratic process, not show any preference of a certain candidate. In fact, this report shows Putin held back from leaking compromising.
I mean, it's funny how the Dems try to say, election fraud, it was all Russia. And then they turn around and do it themselves. I mean, for real.
Material on Hillary Clinton prior to the election, instead planning to release it after the election to weaken what Moscow viewed as an inevitable Clinton presidency. In the January 2017 intelligence community assessment that President Obama ordered, John Brennan, who was CIA director at the time, and the intelligence community intentionally suppressed intelligence that showed Putin was saving the most damaging material that he had in his possession about Hillary Clinton until after her potential and likely victory. The report goes into great detail about the information that Russia and Putin had on Hillary Clinton, which included possible criminal acts like secret meetings with multiple named U.S. religious organizations in which State Department officials offered, in exchange for supporting Secretary Clinton's campaign for the presidency, significant increases in financing from the State Department. They also had documents that showed the patronage of the State Department to State Department employees who would go and support Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. There were high-level DNC emails that detailed evidence of Hillary's, quote, psycho-emotional problems, uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness, and that then Secretary Clinton was allegedly on a daily regimen of heavy tranquilizers. Then CIA Director Brennan and the intelligence community mischaracterized intelligence and relied on dubious substandard sources to create a contrived false narrative that Putin developed a quote-unquote clear preference for Trump. Brennan and the IC misled lawmakers by referencing the debunked Steele dossier to assess quote-unquote Russia's plans and intentions, falsely suggesting that this dossier had intelligence value when he knew that it was discredited. The intelligence community excluded significant intelligence and ignored or selectively quoted reliable intelligence that contradicted the intelligence community assessment's key findings on Putin's alleged support for Trump. Including this intelligence reporting would have exposed the ICA's claim as implausible, if not ridiculous. The intelligence community assessment omitted reliably sourced information, such as how some Russian intelligence officials were quote unquote planning for candidate Hillary Clinton's victory, while others assessed neither Trump nor Clinton would respect Russia's interests.
And shout out to my man Vlad Steen. He says, bring back sanitariums, make brains healthy again. I mean, I'm down with making brains healthy again. Bringing back the sanitariums, though, maybe.
As was reflected in the ODNI documents that we released on Friday, multiple intelligence community assessments released in the months leading up to the November 2016 election concluded that Russia had neither the intent nor capability to impact the outcome of the U.S. election. On December,
they're going to try to say we're trying to make a hotbed for disease, Vlad. You know how to frame it.
5th of 2016, the FBI and ODNI gave the House Intelligence Committee its first post-election classified briefing, in which there was no mention of Putin aspiring to elect Trump by either agency. The Presidential Daily Brief drafted on December 8th of 2016, stated that no Russian or criminal actors impacted vote counts. This document was pulled just hours before it was to be published due to quote unquote new guidance. If it had been published, it would have been briefed to both President Obama and President-elect Donald Trump. On December 9th, 2016, a National Security Council meeting was called to gather President Obama's senior national security officials, which included CIA Director Brennan, then Obama DNI James Clapper, Susan Rice, and others. Following that secret meeting, DNI Clapper's assistant sent an email to the intelligence community with the subject line, POTUS tasking on Russia election meddling, tasking ODNI leaders to create a new assessment per the president's request. The House Intelligence Committee oversight report that we released today reveals that, quote, unlike routine intelligence community analysis, the intelligence community assessment was a high-profile product ordered by the president, President Obama. It directed senior intelligence community agency heads and created an intelligence community assessment limited to just 5 analysts using one principal drafter. This is not something that occurs in the normal path of producing an intelligence community assessment that reflects the views across the intelligence community. The production of this intelligence community assessment was subject to unusual directives directly from the president and senior political appointees, especially the former director of the CIA, John Brennan. The House Intelligence Committee oversight report also shows how later that same day, on December 9th, Brennan ordered the publication of quote unquote substandard reporting on Russian activities, which had previously been withheld from publication of prior assessments because the information was judged, quote, to have not met longstanding publication standards. Some of the information later used in the Obama ordered assessment over the objections of veteran CIA officers was quote unquote unclear or from unknown sources. The Intelligence Committee's oversight report reveals that CIA Director Brennan overruled senior CIA officers who challenged the Obama-ordered intelligence assessment, stating, quote, we don't have direct information that Putin wanted to get Trump elected.
I mean, why
Yet,
wouldn't?
the Obama-directed assessment was published on January 6, 2017, which explicitly stated, quote, we assess Putin and the Russian government aspired to help President-elect Trump's election chances when possible by discrediting Secretary Clinton and publicly contrasting her unfavorably to him, end of quote. The CIA and FBI, then led by John Brennan and James Comey, expressed high confidence in this judgment, while the NSA expressed moderate confidence. Yet, as the report we released today shows, the ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment, did not cite any report where Putin indicated helping Trump win was an objective. The opposite is true. With regards to the Steele dossier, we now know that one of the source documents.
I mean, why would he help Putin? I mean, Trump has pretty much threatened Putin all throughout his presidency. He under Trump, Putin know he couldn't go into Ukraine. He know he couldn't do any of the BS that he's doing now. All of that could not have been done under Trump. So why would Putin want Trump to be elected when it does seem like when the Dems get in power, Putin can do whatever the hell he wants? Like, when was the last time he grabbed the land? Oh, when the last time he invaded? Under Obama. Takes a break under Trump because Trump is threatening to bomb his ass. And then he picks things back up under Biden. And what happened? Now we got the Ukrainian war. So, yeah, it's kind of funny how y'all make that argument of, oh, Putin wants Trump in, they're working together. I'm like, bro, Putin does not like Trump at all, really. He respects him, but he sure as hell don't like him.
Documents that the Obama administration used in the creation of this intelligence assessment in January of 2017 was none other than the discredited, unverified Steele dossier. The House Intel report states, quote, contradicting public claims by then CIA Director Brennan that the dossier was not in any way incorporated into this intelligence assessment. The dossier was referenced in the intelligence assessment's main body text and further detailed in a 2-page assessment annex. John Brennan lied, and he denied using this dossier in this intelligence assessment that President Obama ordered because he knew it was discredited. It was a politically motivated, manufactured document. He directed senior CIA officials to use it anyway. CIA officer told the House Intelligence Committee staff as they investigated this, quote, "The director of the CIA, John Brennan, refused to remove it. And when confronted with the dossier's many flaws, responded, quote, 'Yes, but doesn't it ring true?'"
I'm weak. He says, bro, there's not really like no facts to this. He's like, aren't you gonna take it off? Nah, but it feels true though. But it's not. I know, but come on, man, it feels true. It's like, bro, we're going off of feelings. So yeah, pretty much they could have took it off, but they didn't. And this is why I said Obama can kind of have plausible deniability, because as she said, it was up to the CIA director to pretty much take that off the list. Take that, oh, Russia helped Trump get elected. Take it off the list so President Obama knows that, yeah, this is a BS story, like it or not. But they didn't. So this leaves ground for Barack Obama to have a plausible deniability, because he can just say that, well, my intelligence kept it away from me. Blame them, not me.
Even the bipartisan Senate Select Committee on Intelligence report published in 2020 criticized the FBI's handling of the Steele dossier, noting its completely unverified nature and purposeful sidestepping of intelligence community procedures in its use. Now, President Obama, Hillary Clinton, John Brennan, James Clapper, James Comey, and others, including their mouthpieces in the media, knowingly lied as they repeated the contrived narrative that was created in this January 2017 intelligence community assessment with high confidence, as though it were fact. John Brennan, as CIA director, stated in a memo to his agency staff in December of 2016, saying, quote, "There is strong consensus among us on the scope, nature, and intent of Russian interference in our presidential election." This was reported by NBC News, confirming that Brennan, along with James Clapper and James Comey, agreed with the CIA's assessment that Russia intervened to help Trump win the presidency. As Obama's director of national intelligence, James Clapper was tasked with overseeing the creation of this assessment in January of 2017 by President Obama, and he expressed confidence in its findings. In a 2018 interview with the Harvard Gazette, he talked about how he provided Trump with the same classified assessment that President Obama received, which included the high confidence judgment that Putin directly ordered the hacking and election interference. Clapper then went on to add, "I think the Russians, actually influenced the outcome."
And here's the thing, though. I mean, like, so who are these Russian hackers? I mean, where are they? Why haven't you? Somebody needs to be arrested if that's the case. Like, what's going on here? Or like, what were the servers that was shut down? Like, if this was all true, this would have all came out during Barack and during the Trump administration. For some reason, it did not. Well, Obama.
This is a brief summary of the details that you'll find within the House Majority Staff's report in their investigation into the Obama-directed January 2017 Intelligence Community Assessment. That leads us to the very same conclusion that we announced in the release of our documents on Friday. The implications of this are far-reaching and have to do with the integrity of our democratic republic. It has to do with an outgoing president taking action to manufacture intelligence to undermine and usurp the will of the American people in that election and launch what would be a years-long coup against the incoming president of the United States, Donald Trump. Thank you.
All right.
Well, thank you, Tulsi. And we do want to take questions on this topic while the director has time for this topic. She will leave. I'm happy to take questions on other matters after that. But if anyone has questions for Director Gabbard, you're welcome to ask them. We'll start with our new media seat as always. Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. And Director Gabbard, this one is for you. Do you believe that any of this new information implicates former President Obama in criminal behavior?
We have referred and will continue to refer all of these documents to the Department of Justice and the FBI to investigate the criminal implications of this.
For even former
The
President
evidence,
Obama?
correct. The evidence that we have found and that we have released directly point to President Obama leading the manufacturing of this intelligence assessment. There are multiple pieces of evidence and intelligence that confirm that fact.
Ed, go ahead.
Director Gabbard, thank you. So just two questions, but to begin on that. The president yesterday, you've inferred that the former president helped lead a coup. Based on what you now see, you believe President Obama is guilty of treason?
I'm leaving the criminal charges to the Department of Justice. I am not an attorney, but as I've said previously, when you look at the intent behind creating a fake manufactured intelligence document that directly contradicts multiple assessments that were created by the intelligence community, the expressed intent and what followed afterward can only be described as a years-long coup and a treasonous conspiracy.
Now, actually, though, I did look into it. Now, a guy named Dmitry Bolden, so a Russian hacker, the U.S. State District Court, let's see here, for Columbia, Washington, D.C., issued a federal arrest warrant for Dmitry upon the grand jury's return of the indictment, and this was for the 2016 U.S. election. Now, they said that they had proof on this man, but they was never really able to substantiate it. And let's be real, that they did call out for him, but Putin wasn't giving him up. But as Tulsi's been saying, though, as they've been doing this investigation, they found no credible evidence that he was actually hacking for, well, Trump. And it was one hacker, and they never was able to connect him to 2016 election, pretty much saying that, oh, yeah, he for sure helped Trump win. He for sure hacked our system to get Trump elected. They was never able to pin that on him. But they did indict him on it.
Against the American people, our republic, and an attempt to undermine President Trump's administration.
The Senate Intelligence Committee spent several years looking into this and unanimously agreed in a bipartisan fashion, Secretary of State Rubio was a member of that committee, that there was no political interference. There was a years-long Justice Department investigation into this as well that also concluded no political interference. So help us from a 50,000-foot level explain, what do you now have that refutes those two?
Sure. I will encourage you, in my role as the Director of National Intelligence, my job, again, as I said when I came into this role, was to make sure that we are telling the truth to the American people and that we are ensuring that the intelligence community is not being politicized. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm asking you and the media to conduct honest journalism and the American people to see for yourself in the documents that we've released now, close to 200 pages that point in multiple references, multiple examples, to include comments that have been made by senior intelligence professionals who are some still working within these agencies today.
Here's the thing. I don't blame Dems for not letting this go because they put so much into it. They put a whole lot into it. So for them to walk it back, I mean, it's going to be tough for them, even with all the evidence saying no, even with the director of the CIA pretty much saying, yo, there was no credible evidence on this, but we just kept pushing it, even with all the facts out. I mean, they just put too much time and energy into it to let it go.
That confirm.
But then here's the thing. They can always, skirt off into Epstein and kind of leave this whole Russia hoax thing alone, because the Epstein thing is not only more, I guess, entertaining or compelling, but it's way more current.
The conclusions that we have drawn, that President Obama directed an intelligence community assessment to be created to further this contrived false narrative that ultimately led to a years-long coup to try to undermine President Trump's presidency.
And it's your belief that those two previous investigations missed that or covered it up?
I'm telling you to look at the evidence. Look at the evidence and you will know the truth.
John.
Thanks, Caroline. Thanks, Director Gabbard. You declassified these documents, if I'm not mistaken, Friday of last week, correct?
We released them on Friday of last week, the first tranche, yes.
This isn't the first time that President Trump has been president of the United States. He was president from 2017 to 2021. Couldn't the prior DNI under President Trump have declassified these documents? And why didn't that DNI do that at that time?
I can't speak to what happened there. There were several DNIs under the first Trump administration. President Trump faced many challenges from those who were working in the government who sought to undermine his presidency. That's been clearly.
Hey, and shout out Mandy Rose. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, thank you for making a platform for a good, solid debate. Anytime. Like I said, I don't care if you come from the left, right, center, doesn't matter. As long as you come in here respectful and can respectfully debate with people. I mean, it can get a bit name calling, but as long as you guys keep it to a minimum, keep it respectful as possible, I'll let it keep on going. But then when it gets outright salacious, I'm just like, okay, my man, you're not here to really debate. You're here to be a freaking child. And hopefully that somebody hears out your cry for attention. So, hey, those guys get kicked, but the guys who actually want to sit there and bait their ideas, even if they're left wing or completely progressive, hey, I'll let them stay, of course.
Detailed. What I can speak to is the fact that this was one of the first things that we started to investigate here within this Trump administration, and have released the results upon the conclusion of
And shout out, man.
our investigation.
And then my second question has to do with what intelligence agencies around the world have said about Russia, that they have tried to influence elections in the United States, in France, in Germany, in the UK. Do you disagree with that? Do you believe that Russia is a bad actor as it relates to trying to influence elections?
I'll point back to the intelligence that President Trump has ordered declassified, that we have declassified and released, that the intelligence reflects Russia's motives were to try to sow discord and chaos within the U.S. election, which is a clear distinction from showing a preference for or against a specific candidate, which is what the Obama manufactured intelligence document alleges, that Russia preferred Donald Trump and tried to help Donald Trump get elected. Again, going back to the most important point here, with the intent to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump's election and therefore subvert the will of the American people who chose to send him to the White House.
Reagan. Thanks, Caroline. Director Gabbard, Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. You laid out that the documents revealed that the Obama administration did not publish a December 2016 presidential daily briefing that demonstrated that Russia did not steal the election. Trump was receiving these briefings at the time because he was president-elect. Are you of the view that that information was kept out of the briefing because then President-elect Donald Trump would have seen it?
I don't have any documents that speak to exactly what the new guidance was that was given as the reason for pulling that document, which, by the way, still has never been published until we released it last week, Friday. One could assume that they didn't want President Trump to see a document that came from the intelligence community that would contradict the Russia hoax narrative that began through the Hillary Clinton campaign with the Steele dossier.
One more, maybe either for you or Caroline. The president said yesterday that Obama committed treason. Do you or the White House believe that the Supreme Court's immunity decision protects Obama from prosecution?
Look, I can speak to the president's feelings on this matter. He spoke to all of you yesterday in the Oval Office, but I also spoke to him about this morning. And he wants to see all those who perpetuated this fraud against our country, who betrayed our country and the Constitution, to be thoroughly investigated and held accountable. And it's been 10 years of this. And I would just add, based on everything the director has said and declassified, all of you in this room should go through it and take a look at this report and review the intelligence, because unfortunately that hasn't happened. And many of the people who perpetuated this hoax, Clapper, Andy McCabe, James Comey, and many others, have been hired by major networks in this room to go on television and continue to spew these lies, knowing that they are lies. And if you all recall, just flashback to 2016 and the years after, the entire Trump 1 presidency was embroiled in this scandal that was perpetuated by the Democrat Party. And you had major Democrat Party officials in this city, namely Adam Schiff, Hillary Clinton, Elizabeth Warren, who went on television and told the American people, Donald Trump is an asset of Russia. It was a lie. Yep. They always knew it. So Hillary Clinton herself said that President Trump would be a puppet for Putin. Senator Tim Kaine at the time called President Trump Vladimir Putin's defense lawyer. Adam Schiff stated, and one of the worst things a lawmaker can do is to tell the American people, I know something you don't know, it's just classified and I can't tell you. And that's what he said. I can tell you that the case is more than that. I can't go into the particulars, but there is more than circumstantial evidence now. And not enough people in this room, not enough journalists in this country pushed Adam Schiff to say, what are you talking about? What evidence do you have? Everybody just ran with the lies, and it led to impeachments. It led to the division of our country. Unfortunately, so many Americans, from listening to outlets in this room, believed in these lies. And it's a complete scam, and it's a scandal, and the president wants to see accountability for that. Phil.
Thank you. Question for Director Gabbard. A spokesperson for former President Obama said...
Here's the thing, though. I can't even blame the Dems, because like during this whole Russia hoax, you understand how much they was putting into this? It was like, bro, at least for almost an entire month, it was the main story. All so-called new groundbreaking information. They're trying to impeach the man, Russia spy, and all this crazy stuff, trying to indict people. It's just like, it was a lot. So for them to do all this on a lie, yeah, I could see why the Dems never took it back. It's like, y'all did way too much. And to walk it back would pretty much be the same to your constituents, or be telling to, well, the voters that, yo, yeah, we lied just to get Trump, or try to get Trump out of office. We were willing to go that far. If the Dems see that, I would hope you Dems would be like, all right, that's underhanded. I don't support that. Or you probably will say, well, if it's against Trump, I don't care what the Dems got to do. I'm pretty sure there are some of you of that mindset.
Statement earlier this week, quote, nothing in the documents issued last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes. How do you respond to critics like former President Obama and also others on the Hill who say that the administration is conflating apples and oranges here, conflating allegations of actual hacking of voter machines and allegations of interference generally?
I think it's a disservice to the American people that former President Obama's office and others who are criticizing the transparency that is being delivered by releasing these documents. They are doing a disservice to the American people and trying to deflect away from their culpability in what is a historic scandal and negative action towards the American people and our democratic republic. The answer to that statement can very clearly be found throughout all of the documents that we have released. Again, showing that Russia has took action to try to sow discord in the election, but showed no preference for or against any singular candidate.
You've long been an opponent of weaponization in government. How do you respond to criticism that referring Obama administration officials and even potentially the former president is just more weaponization, and this is a potential race to the bottom?
I think that's a very disrespectful attack on the American people who deserve the truth. They deserve to have faith and trust in the integrity of our democratic republic, which has been undermined by President Obama through his direction of this manufactured fake intelligence document, knowing that it was filled with lies and knowing that it would and could then be used for all of the actions that came after.
Caroline, and I would just add, there needs to be accountability for that weaponization, Phil, that we've seen. And no one has been a victim of the weaponized government more than President Trump, not just because of this political scandal. You all recall his house was raided. So I think, it's very disingenuous for people to say, how dare they speak of former President Obama about this based on evidence and based on intelligence, when the former president of the United States, Donald Trump's home was raided, when he was forced to sit in a Manhattan courtroom and many other courtrooms across the country for crimes he never committed, when he was impeached and indicted, and the entire country witnessed that. That's the weaponization of justice. Mm-hmm. Now the president is back because the American people see the truth. Nearly 80 million Americans reelected him back to this office, and he believes that we need to have justice and accountability. And I think the nearly 80 million Americans who reelected him agree with that. Caitlin.
77 million Americans to be exact.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions for Director Gabbard, just on this. Director Gabbard, you referenced the past intelligence reports and assessments on this, including that 2017 one that was signed off, as Ed noted, by every Republican on the Senate Intelligence Community, including the acting chair of the time, now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said in a statement that they did not find any evidence of Russian collusion, but they did find, however, is very troubling, and they found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling. One, are you saying that he's wrong in that statement that he made then? And secondly, what would you say to people who believe that you're only releasing these documents now to improve your standing with the president after he said that your intelligence assessments were wrong?
Well, first, I want to correct something that you stated, which was citing the Senate Intelligence Committee's report as being one and the same. I think you said the intelligence community. I
went ahead and put a poll in the chat. And guys, if you want to go ahead and ask a poll to the chat to send in $2 with a question, I'll go ahead and set it up in the chat. Now, the question is, is Trump a Russian asset to you guys? Still, I just want to know who still believes it.
Senate Intelligence Committee has a very different function than the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. The evidence and the intelligence that has been declassified and released is irrefutable. I'm going to let Caroline speak to Secretary Rubio.
I'll speak to both questions. First, on Secretary Rubio, he put out a statement in 2020 following that Senate Intelligence Committee report, and he said what they found is troubling. We found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling, which the Director of National Intelligence just confirmed for all of you, that Russia was trying to sow distrust and chaos. But what's the outrage in this that Secretary Rubio did not say at the time, the Democrats were saying at the time, is the fact that the intelligence community was concocting this narrative that the president colluded with the Russians, that the president's son was holding secret meetings with the Russians, all of these lies that were never true. And he also said at that time, we discovered deeply troubling actions taken by the FBI under Comey, particularly their acceptance and willingness to rely on the Steele dossier without verifying its methodology or sourcing. The Steele dossier that many outlets in this room ran as the gospel truth, and it was cooked up and paid for by the Clinton campaign. As for your second question, Caitlin, I think who is saying that she would release this to try to boost her standing with the president? Who has said that?
Well, the president has publicly undermined her when it came to Iran. He said she was wrong. He told me that she didn't know what she was talking about. That was on Air Force One on camera.
The only people who are suggesting that the Director of National Intelligence would release evidence to try to boost her standing with the president are the people in this room who constantly try to sow distrust and chaos amongst the president's cabinet, and it is not working. I will just answer your question directly. I am with the President of the United States every day. He has the utmost confidence in Director Gabbard. He always has. He continues to, and that is true of his entire cabinet, who is all working as one team to deliver on the promises this president made. Does anyone else have questions for Director Gabbard? And then we'll turn it over to a couple other questions. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Director Gabbard. Two follow-ups on questions that have been asked. You mentioned the previous DNIs during the president's first term. One of them reports to you right now, if I'm not mistaken, John Ratcliffe. So have you not spoken to him about why this information was not declassified during the first term?
He was in that position for a very short period of time. The work that began back then, we have picked up and absolutely completed. We are continuing to investigate this. Additional whistleblowers are now coming forward because they see an opportunity for the truth to come to light. And as Caroline said, for real accountability to be brought forward. The accountability is the essential part of this. We can show the truth, reveal the truth. The accountability needs to occur to be able to start to restore that trust in the integrity of our democracy.
And then just quickly, I know you said you would leave the charging to DOJ, but the statute of limitations on conspiracy is 5 years. So what else could they possibly pursue besides treason?
I think that's a great question for Attorney General Pam Bondi. We're providing all of the evidence, all of the intelligence that we have, both redacted and unredacted versions, referring it to the Department of Justice and the FBI.
We'll take one more. Charlie, go ahead.
How credible was the information about Hillary Clinton's health? The report said that it was from sourced from the DNC. Have you seen that information? Or do you think that maybe Russia was overemphasizing what they had?
All I have seen is what the Intelligence Committee have reported through their investigation. I think the underlying point there is that we understand from intelligence what Russia said that they had. And the important point here is that if they were trying to influence the election, as President Obama and James Clapper and John Brennan, everybody said they were doing in order to support Donald Trump's election, they would have released the most damning of that information, some of which I detailed here. You'll find the rest in the report prior to the election to help Donald Trump win. They specifically withheld what they had on her, the most damning information, because they thought that she would win the election. They had plans to release it just prior to her inauguration to, again, sow discord and chaos in America.
And if I may, on Jeffrey Epstein, can you rule out that he was connected in some way to any kind of intelligence, either foreign or domestic?
I haven't seen any evidence or information that reflects that. If anything comes before me that changes that in any way, support the president's statement loud and clear. If any credible evidence comes forward, he wants the American people to see it.
Great. Director Gabbard, we thank you for your time today. I know you're a busy woman, so we'll let you get out of here, but thank you so much. Okay. I know there's many issues going on today across the world and here at home. If you have any other further questions, I'm happy to take them. Ed, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. So the Japan trade deal, is that Japan trade deal the start of this number of trade deals with the Treasury Secretary says we're going to see by August 1st?
I think it is. I mean, as you said, we had Japan yesterday. We also had Indonesia, and we had the Philippines as well. The president announcing all three. He came in as the closer in all three of those. I've said many times from this podium that the president's trade team has been in active talks and discussions with many countries around the world, and you've all been anxiously awaiting what those countries were. Now you know three of them, and there's many, many more to go. We have now.
All right, guys. And now while I was, listening in the background, yeah, what was actually pretty funny when they asked you, are you trying to suck up to Trump, because he kind of left you out of the whole Iranian deal? Or because I did say that was weird. Like, hold on. Tulsi Gabbard told us, no, they're not going towards weapons of mass destruction, not going towards a nuke. Well, not going towards a nuke. And that was completely just skirted. Like, it's like she never said that. We just went along with completely different intelligence from our own, and they never let us know who that was. And then when Trump was asked about it, he's like, oh, she don't know what she's talking about. I mean, Trump. So now she knows what she's talking about. I mean, hey, that was a fair question to ask.
Sent 25 letters to countries around the world. But just to reiterate this Japan deal, for those at home who may have missed it, Japan will now pay a 15% tariff versus the reciprocal rate of 24% that they initially had. Auto and auto parts tariffs have been reduced to 15%. But the centerpiece of this deal now is the president got Japan to commit to $550 billion in investments to revitalize American industries. And these funds will be spent at President Trump's discretion and direction into key industries such as energy, semiconductors, critical minerals, pharmaceuticals, and shipbuilding. And the U.S. will retain 90% of the profits from any investments made by this $550 billion fund.
And see, it's like I said, it's kind of like a deal being made. And Trump is making it a way where, look, your companies could come over here and they can give American jobs, and you guys can still keep some of the profit. It may be like 10% of the profit, but it's still profit. I mean, who wouldn't love that idea? And the thing is, you guys just got to deal with the 15% tariffs coming in. And, if you want to build things over here, not only will it be funded with your own damn money, but you also get to keep profits.
This was originally a $400 billion investment that President Trump then negotiated to an increase of $150 billion, making it a $550 billion deal for the American people. And I just want to emphasize, Ed, I see you have a follow-up, but it's very important. Japan has agreed to open their markets to many very key sectors and American-made products that have really faced very strict tariff and non-tariff barriers prior. So thanks to the president, Japan's markets will now be open to American-made products and goods. This is big news for our tech companies and our farmers as well.
On Monday, the Treasury Secretary is going to Stockholm to talk to the Chinese delegation. What does the president hope to get out of that meeting? Are there deliverables?
I won't speak to any deliverables or set expectations. I'll let the Secretary of Treasury do that. But I did speak to him yesterday about his upcoming trip, and he looks forward to continuing discussions with his Chinese counterparts. The president has ensured that we have a good continuing working relationship with China that benefits the United States. And so the Secretary of Treasury will be obviously discussing those key matters, but I'll let him set the expectations.
One more, if I may.
Sure.
Given what the DNI just said and laid out, does President Trump believe that President Obama should go to jail for something?
Look, the president believes that this matter needs to be thoroughly investigated, and anyone convicted of crime should be held accountable in this country.
I would say this, even if nobody's convicted, at least Trump's name is vindicated that, all right, he wasn't no Russian spy, even though these guys are outside the, forgot what they called it, but I guess outside the legal time limit to catch these guys up on it, which they said, well, conspiracy is like 5 years. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. Treason's unlimited though, but conspiracy is 5 years. So we can't bring him in on anything like that since it's been like 10 years now.
Go ahead.
Almost 10 years.
Overseas again.
Good to see you, Olivia. I haven't seen you since the campaign.
Thank you.
It's good to see you.
Statute of limitations. Thank you.
He's headed back overseas. Can you give us a sense of what the marching orders are to some of the people he'll be meeting with, and specifically as it relates to Gaza and ongoing talks there?
Yes. Special Envoy Witkoff is headed to Europe.
And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says Putin wanted Harris to win. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Because let's be real, if Putin was gonna get the same type of treatment he did under Biden, he's like, what? Look, man, look what Biden did. He let me get away with, so we're getting in war with Ukraine. I'm keeping the Crimea, and I'm getting my way. Trump comes in, and now great. Now I got to sit down and do a trade deal, like, or sit down and negotiate. I'm pretty sure Putin does not like the fact that Trump won, but people can't really see that part. I mean, he just threatened the man. He just pretty much said, look, you got 50 days to stop this war, or we're dropping tariffs on you and your allies like it ain't nobody's business. It's like, bro, like, what else this man need to do?
Where he will meet with key leaders from the Middle East to discuss the ongoing ceasefire proposal to end this conflict in Gaza.
Well, release the Epstein files would also be nice. I mean, we can add that to the list.
And to release the hostages. These are very sensitive negotiations that are currently taking place. I spoke to Special Envoy Witkoff last night about them. I will let him speak further on the matter. But the president and Special Envoy Witkoff has made the administration's goals clear. We want this ceasefire to happen as soon as possible, and we want these hostages to be released. Go ahead.
A Florida federal judge refused to allow the Epstein grand jury materials to be released. Does the president want the administration or Department of Justice to appeal that ruling?
That was just breaking as the director and I were coming out here, so I haven't had a chance to talk to the president about it. I understand there are 2 other requests from the Department of Justice that are ongoing, but I'll let this president speak to whether he wants to see an appeal in the Department of Justice. I'm sure can give you a statement on that as well.
And is he supportive of the effort to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell? I know that Todd Blanchard mentioned that earlier this week.
The president spoke to this yesterday, and he said he thinks it's an appropriate idea. Kelly.
What is the accountability that you would like to see if this current president is the one who brought the case to the Supreme Court and Chief Justice Roberts made clear in his opinion that a sitting president's responsibilities in office cannot lead to prosecution, immunity? So what is it the President Trump wants regarding President Obama, given that fact? And the special counsel at the time, Durham, when that Supreme Court matter was not in effect, could have charged anyone and did not. So on those 2 points, how do you respond?
Look, the president has made it clear that he wanted these documents to be declassified. He wanted the American people to see the truth. And now he wants those who perpetuated these lies in this scandal to be held accountable. As for what accountability looks like, as the director said, it's in the Department of Justice's hands, and we trust them to move this ball forward.
Well, you would agree President Obama cannot be charged based on that immunity.
Again, I'll leave that to the Department of Justice. Stephanie.
Yep.
In light of the Japan deal,
I guess that presidential immunity is going to come back and bite us in the ass on that one. Now, for treason, though, no, I don't think that immunity is going to help.
sectoral tariffs now.
I mean, he didn't do it for the sake of the country, but he did do it as an act. It was one of his actions as president. Here's the thing. I don't really think they can catch Obama up on anything because it was up to the CIA director to brief him on this, and he did it. He did it. So Obama definitely has plausible deniability.
Up for negotiation with trading partners, and in a similar note, are these negotiators asking for investment funds, sort of like what Japan had agreed to?
As for sectoral tariffs, I understand that the president continues to be in talks with our Secretary of Commerce. We have made commitments on various sectoral tariffs, as you know. The Department of Commerce has initiated studies to then move forward with implementing those sectoral tariffs. So I would defer you to them for further
sectoral tariffs. So pretty much, and what she mean by sectoral tariffs is that, certain sectors like pharmaceuticals, those guys need tariffs to get put on them specifically if they keep playing around with this production and bringing it back to America. Like, we get it. We're getting y'all to drop y'all prices, but we still want pharmaceuticals to be produced in America.
Meredith.
I wanted to ask if the White House has any update on the Commerce Department employee who's been detained or banned from exiting China, and if there are any efforts to get him out.
I can assure you and the American people that the administration is actively monitoring the situation and engaged, but typically we don't comment on individual cases like this as we are sorting them out. Sure.
Yeah.
Behind you, Dr. Harper. Sorry. Go ahead to the lady sitting down in the blue. Yes.
Thanks,
What's your name?
Caroline.
What's your name?
My name is Caroline also. Caroline Boda with the Center Square.
Great.
So Republicans in the Senate today said that they are pulling back on legislation to impose sanctions on Russia after the president said he wants to act unilaterally. Can you elaborate on what the president intends to do?
Look, the president has been in very close communication with his friends in the Senate, particularly Senator Lindsey Graham, on this issue. But the president has always maintained, he's the commander in chief and the president for a reason, and he has been deeply involved in this conflict since the beginning. And so any decisions that are made with respect to sanctions, the president wants to reserve that authority and that right to himself. Jasmine.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions for you. The first on AI. Does President Trump support federal agencies contracting with Elon Musk's AI company?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so he would want the DOJ to then cancel the contract with Roth.
I'll talk to him about it, yes.
And my second question, just, obviously the developments with the Epstein case with the judge, but I wonder, has the White House counsel,
I mean, shoot, scrap the whole Palantir project. Whatever they're trying to do with Palantir, scrap it.
The DOJ explored any other documents that could be released to the public that don't have to do with that grand jury testimony?
To my knowledge, the Department of Justice has moved forward with the request to unseal that grand jury testimony. And as you know, they have also moved forward with interviewing Ms. Maxwell, which I believe will be taking place very soon. Go ahead. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. I have a question about Paul Ingracia, the OSE nominee who faces a Senate committee hearing tomorrow. Tom Tillis said that he wouldn't vote for Ingracia if a vote came to the Senate floor. 24 worker advocacy groups have said that they don't support his nomination. What is the White House planning to do to sort of turn the tide or convince legislators that they should vote for him?
The White House is always in communication with members of both the Senate and the House, and we stand by the president's nominees. Sure.
In connection with the Mueller investigation, a grand jury indicted 13 Russians. President Putin has said he will never extradite those men. Given the new information that Ms. Gabbard has found, what's the administration's position on that case? Should those charges be dropped?
I don't have an update for you on that case, but I'll check in with the National Security Council and our team will get you something.
Pretty much they're saying that, yeah, they're innocent because, well, it was a hoax. There was no connection that Russia was pretty much trying to help Trump win. It was all a hoax. So pretty much those Russian hackers that they've indicted, really the one that they've indicted, which is Dmitry, well, they couldn't bring any crimes against them. But let's be real, Russia wasn't giving up their hacker anyway. And besides, we don't even know if this hacker was KGB or Russian intelligence. Who knows? This guy could have been Russian intelligence, and we really couldn't have done nothing about it.
Sure.
Thank you so much. So Fannie Willis and Jack Smith separately, they both charged President Trump with conspiracy to defraud the United States and a conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election. And now it turns out we're confirming that Obama and his cronies were doing that the whole time in 2016 on a massive scale, falsifying documents and having their intel agencies do this. What does this say about the 2020 election? And also, yeah, what's your thoughts on the irony here?
There is a lot of irony, especially for the party of the Democrat Party, who claims to be for democracy. We often heard throughout the 2024 campaign, they were calling this president a threat to democracy. And now I think the declassification of all of these documents proves that they were indeed the true threat to democracy. And as I said repeatedly today, there needs to be justice and accountability for that. You all will hear directly from the president later this afternoon at the AI summit here in Washington, D.C., scheduled to speak later in a few hours. So we will see you all there. Thank you very much.
I don't want to go ahead and cover that little AI summit tomorrow, but let's get into, well, a Scott Bessent interview and Howard Lutnick. And these guys are the ones really handling the trade deal and Trump's economic plans. Let's go ahead and hear from these guys, and then we're going to get into, the whole Candace Owens situation and touch on the Epstein files a little bit. Because, we've been hammering that down for about a couple of days straight. And, hey, they're giving us something, to get, apparently the DOJ is going to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell. We're going to see what comes of that. It's either she's going to tell us, the truth, or she's going to tell us whatever she wants to make sure that she gets up out of that, situation she's in, which is, damn near her entire life in jail. So who knows? Will she lie for truth or lie to get her ass out of jail?
Here with me
I mean, my bad. Would she tell the truth or get her ass out of jail?
Discuss all of this. Very busy man, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for joining us, as always. Now, we're going to get to the president's big AI announcement late today, which was stunning. But let's unpack that biggest deal. I think it's the biggest deal you've negotiated so far, which is with Japan. Now, we know that the tariffs were higher. They were about 25% before this. Now they're reduced to about 15%. And they're going to be investing $550 billion into the United States. My question to you is, where is that money going specifically? And how are we going to enforce that it's actually spent and that Trump is going to make the ultimate decisions on how it's going to be invested? How will that all work?
Sure, Laura, and good to be here. This is an innovative deal. The Japanese came with President Trump's full pressure, and they kept coming back better and better deals.
And you know, so funny, the fact that we were able to reach a trade deal with Japan, it lets us know that our debt, who holds our debt, is no concern of ours. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because believe it or not, Japan actually holds most of our debt. People like to think that it's China, but yeah, foreign holders of U.S. debt. Let's go to the top three. Japan, approximately 1.135 trillion in U.S. treasuries. Then we got United Kingdom with $809 billion in U.S. treasuries. Then we got China with $756 billion in U.S. treasury. So the fact that we were able to get a deal done with Japan, seeing that they're one of the biggest holders of our debt, is amazing, to be quite honest.
We ended up at 15 and 15.
So it goes to show that, yeah, there are them people, what if they want to pull your debt, pull the debt card? I mean, well, shoot, China didn't do it. Japan didn't do it. The UK didn't do it. And we've all came to deals with them. So obviously our debt isn't the most crucial card when it comes to trade negotiations. Obviously.
There are two components here, two components. First is we are going to have full access to the Japanese market. So all tariffs off our cars. I think we're going to go to 70. The rice quota is going up 75%. They're going to buy 100 Boeing airplanes. So their market is now open for business for the United States. It had been closed.
All right, we have no tariffs on our automobiles.
No tariffs on our automobiles, but more importantly, they had non-tariff barriers. So they had a lot of, the Japanese are obsessed with safety. We do a pretty good job here, I think. And so
non-tariff barrier, they don't allow anybody else's rice in, and they dominate the rice industry in China. So, I mean, I mean, it is a bit stereotypical, but I mean, it is what it is. People love their rice. Well, Japanese people love their rice, and I'm a fan of it too.
As long as a car meets our safety requirements, it can now be sold in Japan. So that's a huge difference, not non-tariff trade barrier. And then President Trump negotiated the Japanese delegation up to a $550 billion package. Excuse me, loans, credit guarantees, and equity. And President Trump is going to direct where that can be invested. And that is going to be invested in the de-risking of our supply chains. So it will be invested in critical minerals, in pharmaceuticals, in semiconductors, in shipbuilding. So we are going to use that money to bring back a lot of these critical industries that we realized during COVID were a real problem.
And will there be an annual measure of how that money is being spent and at what pace it's being spent? Sorry to get pedantic here on the details, but we've had some trouble with Japan in the past with actually living up to the terms of previous deals. So it sounds amazing. I mean, if this is what it is, it's unbelievably positive. But you know, the devil's always in the compliance.
And like I said, and the Dems like to bring up, well, the debt. What about them holding our debt? Can they use that as leverage? Well, not really. Because according to this trade deal, I mean, the fact that we're able to put 15% tariff across the board on their products, and we're able to get 0% on ours, and they're letting us pretty much bring in rice and other agricultural goods. Yeah, this is great. This is great. You know what? You might end up seeing American cars in Japan real soon, because one of those non-trade barriers was that, American cars didn't live up to the safety standards. I'm like, give me a freaking break. cut the BS.
And so how will you make sure that they comply?
So we'll evaluate it every quarter, and if the president's unhappy, then they will boomerang back to the 25% tariff rates, both on cars and the rest of their products. And I can tell you that I think at 25, especially in cars, the Japanese economy doesn't work. I think at 15, we will also be taking in substantial tariff revenue. That's a great part of this. So 3 parts: opening the economy, this $550 billion joint partnership that the U.S. gets 90% of the profits. President Trump negotiated that.
So pretty much whatever factories they build, power plants they build with this $550 billion in investment, we keep 90% of that, and 10% of that goes to Japan. So that most likely because, well, American workers will be the one building it. American workers will be the one working in it. Yeah. And it's going to be producing jobs for who? American workers. So all promises fulfilled. If all promises can be fulfilled on that end, we are looking at a really profitable deal. And I mean, like, shoot, if we need more deals like that where they invest into us and they just get a cut of the profits, you can't even be mad at it.
And we will be taking in a 15% tariff revenue on everything the Japanese sell us.
Now, you're meeting with the Chinese next week in Stockholm, I understand?
Monday and Tuesday.
And earlier you said that you were working to convince them to slow their glut of manufacturing that they've been doing for decades, obviously, and then concentrate on building a consumer economy, presumably so they'll buy more of our stuff.
Hold on. You said Japan or China? Because China honestly needs to be the one that needs to slow down on production and creating a consumer economy. But the problem with that is they're going to have to let go of some of their communist ways. And I don't think China's willing to, I don't think the CCP is giving up power for nothing. For nothing.
With the Chinese next week in Stockholm, I understand?
Monday and Tuesday.
And earlier you said that you were working to convince them to slow their glut of manufacturing that they've been doing for decades, obviously, and then concentrate on building a consumer economy.
Yeah, you'd pretty much be asking the CCP to stop being the CCP and actually start distributing their wealth better, because all the wealth in China is focused up at the top. Like 100 million people, well, dominates China's wealth out of 1.4 billion people, supposedly. So, yeah, China will literally have to develop a whole new system to where their wealth is more evenly spread out. And I mean, if you thought the wealth disparity was bad here, woo, you need to go to China then, man. You really gonna get pissed off.
So they'll buy more of our stuff. But to play devil's advocate, why do we really need a deal with China right now? I mean, things are going unbelievably well. All the indicators are that their manufacturing is slowing, which presumably we want. And they're having a much more difficult time because we are actually taking care of business at home.
Yeah, when we enacted when we first started off this trade war, bro, we're talking about mass factory shutdowns, mass job loss, on top of, well, they were already having that go down because of the housing bubble popped. So China was already going through economic turmoil, and we kind of just gave them, I guess, the final punch. I mean, we pretty much looked at their economy and said, yeah, pretty much just the whole with tariffs.
So President Trump has said we might not even need a deal with China. He said that months ago. Why push for a deal at all?
Well, look, it's the world's second largest economy, 1.4 billion people, and we want to bring back precision manufacturing to the U.S. They are overbalanced in manufacturing, underserved in consumption. So as we generate more products, we are going to need new and bigger markets to sell our products to. So I think there's a chance.
You know what, let me go ahead and dispel this myth about tariffs, because everybody keep on saying that, well, tariffs work one way, they go straight to the consumer, and that's a lie. Tariffs are industry specific, and what I mean by that is depending if that tariff gets passed on to the consumer is industry specific. So depending on the number of competitors in that industry depends if a corporation or a company is willing to raise their prices. Why? Because due to a lot of competition, they're less likely to raise their prices because they can lose out to other guys and who's able to either curve the cost, find a way to put the cost somewhere else, and they can make up for tariff loss in renew sales because some of their competitors and raised their prices and they're the cheapest product in the market. That's one of the reasons why you haven't seen price increases on a lot of products that you buy every day, because there's just too much competition. Now, products that do raise, like, your appliances, I think washing machines went up a little bit. I mean, shoot, cell phones. Why? Because they're in an oligopoly type of market. There's very few competitors that they have to deal with when it comes to prices. So when I say when tariff going to the consumer is industry specific, I hope that you understand what I'm saying now.
President Trump could be the president who opens up China.
They have until August 12th to make a trade deal, but you indicated that might be flexible.
We are in a good place on the 30% tariffs with them and then 20% from Trump 1.0. So we're running at about 50% tariffs with them. They're at 10 on us. So we're really now moving on to the next stage. We're going to be talking about opening up, or we're also going to be talking about things like, they're buying sanctioned Iranian oil, they're buying sanctioned Russian oil.
And you trust that they'll live up to terms of a deal with the United States, given what's happened, obviously spying on us, our intellectual property, everything their researchers have done here, COVID?
I am confident that they will live up to a deal when Donald Trump is president. So during President Trump's first term, there were substantial purchase agreements. For 2020, especially in ag, they made all their purchase agreements as planned on time. When President Trump left office, they just walked away from the agreement. So I am sure.
As long as Trump is in office.
As long as Trump is in office.
So a lot of your plans and your work is aimed at reindustrializing the United States. Would it not also be really important for Congress to take action? I mean, China has its Belt and Road. Obviously, it's not a democratic country.
I mean, a lot of people don't understand this, but the time when the wealth disparity was at its lowest was when we had all the jobs here in the United States. A lot of people want to blame it on, rich people making too much money. No, I blame it on the fact that, we let these rich people take their jobs and pretty much take them out of the country, and that caused wealth disparity. We took a lot of middle class jobs, which means we took a whole lot of people out the middle class, which caused a widening in the wealth disparity. So a lot of people want to blame we're not taxing the rich hard enough. I say, honestly, we just let the rich take the jobs from us, and that's what's causing it. Because when it was lower at its lowest, when it was at its least widened, that was when Americans were pretty much dominating in manufacturing.
Country, the dictatorship, but Belt and Road, they've invested hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, bought with our trade deficits. But doesn't Congress need to step in too and actually, we need satellites, we need electronics, we need rare earths. But when China can dump rare earths anywhere in the world at below market values, who the heck's going to set up rare earth in the United States when they can't compete?
Well, part of the defense budget is going to go to, there's going to be allocations in the Defense Production Act.
That's actually a good question. Let's go back and let her.
Actually, we need satellites, we need electronics, we need rare earths. But when China can dump rare earths anywhere in the world at below market values, who the heck's going to set up rare earth in the United States when they can't compete?
Well, part of the defense budget is going to go to, there's going to be allocations in the Defense Production Act for things like this. So, and
that's why China is very fierce. Because here's the thing, and this is why, like I say, this is how it's proof that tariffs don't go directly to the consumer. China, the devious bastards, will dramatically lower their prices like they did with steel. One of the main reasons why Trump increased the tariff on steel was because China just cut their prices to match what guys were paying pre-tariff. Yes, tariffs can be also eaten by the supplier and not just taken on by the importer. Honestly, sometimes they cut it in half. They'll be like, all right, look, I'll drop my price by 50. You might have to take that 50% to your profit margin or on the overhead. And there you go. This is how we keep prices the same. So, yeah, in that example already, it proves how tariffs can also be put on the supplier, which, trust me, China be eating hella tariffs by just slashing their prices ridiculously. And due to their rapid, deflation, they can kind of handle it somewhat.
Congress is moving forward on this, and it's very important that the White House, Treasury, Commerce are all moving in unison. And there's a group of us who believe that if we leave office in January 2029 without de-risking the U.S. supply chains, we will have failed, and we are not going to fail.
So that means don't rely on China for magnets, don't rely on China
Yeah.
for rare earths, don't rely on China.
I mean, yeah, that's the whole reason why we made those deals with the African countries, because we were like, yo, you guys got rare earth minerals that China has, and we'd rather you guys be a supplier than China. And I'm pretty sure we could set up a deal with these African countries that make it a whole lot easier to get it, and without having to do it, well, I would say this, the rapid decreasing of pricing. Now, that is the problem with China, is that they'll lower their prices to get the sale off. And is that dangerous? Yes, because they affect the global market doing that. So I'm gonna be real with you. That is a very good thing that she mentioned. Like, how will you tackle that hurdle of just China rapidly decreasing their prices? And then here's the thing. I mean, at least the Dems don't got to worry about, high prices if China's just willing to do that all day.
And for EV batteries,
pharmaceuticals.
So all of those, you think, in the next 4 years will be brought back to the United States, so they don't have that leverage, ultimate leverage over the U.S. economy.
Yeah, the only way to take that leverage away would be just keep raising the tariffs. Keep raising the tariffs until it reaches that, whatever our price is or the standard global price is. That'll be the only way. Honestly, it would require everybody to put tariffs on China for trying to F up the, I would say the rare earth mineral price like that. It would take everybody to hone down on China.
Which they have now.
Exactly. So we don't want to decouple. We want to de-risk. And everything that we just described is de-risking.
I want to talk about your favorite person. I think he's your favorite person, Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Or, sorry, too late Powell, as President Trump says. Now, he refuses to budge on interest rates. He's obviously really mad that the tariffs that you all put in place did not cause inflation. He's annoyed by that. You could just tell. But it's not the Fed Chair's job to try to use his position to pressure a duly elected president on issues like trade or immigration. So given that, why should Americans suffer through this for another, 10 months?
So Chair Powell will be leaving next May. We will probably be announcing the new nominee either December, January. And from that point on, the markets will be listening to the future Fed chair. And remember, it's a committee, Laura. So it's the committee that has, is showing this. I call it used to be TDS was Trump derangement syndrome. Now it's tariff derangement syndrome.
Man.
And the orthodox economics profession has once again embarrassed themselves. I can't remember, I think 358 PhD economists at the Fed. Seems like now it's the Fed's become a universal basic income program for them because they're never right, and their projections are off.
Well, so what do you talk about? I know you see him once a week.
Oh God, because they're all free trade economists, and they're just like, they're hardlining on the whole free trade idea that it helps us, but it doesn't. I mean, even the guy who thought of free trade, what was his name? Ricardo something. The guy who wrote about free trade, the economist, Ricardo, I forgot his last name. Whatever, I'll look it up. But yes, this economist who wrote about free trade even said himself in his own book, pretty much stated that, free trade only works if you can't do it in your country. And that was the, kind of idiotic moment in with these economists. It's like, even the guys that you cite say that free trade is a bad idea and it should have only been done if we could have, produced this in our own country, which we can. A lot of the things that we sent out, we can do in our own country. So, free trade was a pretty dumb idea, seeing that even the guy who thought about it said, only if you can't do it in your own country.
Do you see him for breakfast, Powell?
Yeah, and we talk about exactly this. You're not seeing inflation. When are you going to say, Uncle? When will we know? And we talk about the overall economy. What we're seeing. We talk about the international economy.
What's his personality like? I think a lot of people don't really know. Is he pleasant? Does he seem angry or upset or annoyed?
He's pleasant. He's dutiful. He's been doing this a long time.
It was Trump's pick.
He was. But again, that's the problem with a lot of these jobs. It could happen at Treasury. I don't think it's happened to me, but a lot of DC jobs, the building takes over the person, and
But what's a CapEx? The CapEx issue, before I let you go, that's a huge issue because there's been a historic increase in CapEx expenditures by businesses. For everyone watching out there who doesn't watch the Fox Business all day long, which you should. But why is that so important?
Well, CapEx, after-tax return on capital, is how societies get richer. So what we are seeing, and perfect example of what's happening in President Trump's America. 4 weeks ago, I was in Pittsburgh, and President Trump announced the Nippon Steel U.S. Steel deal with the golden share. Nippon Steel is going to be doing a huge amount of CapEx in the Pittsburgh U.S. Steel facilities and building out 3 more steel facilities. So that's old technology. Now we've got this AI boom that's incredible.
Yeah, because purchasing American steel went up because of the tariffs, and American steel is now, well, more affordable than foreign steel. Now, Chinese steel, I would say this, the reason why people would still buy American steel even over cheaper Chinese steels, because China's been known for watering their steel down with different metals in there, like nickel and copper and all that wild stuff. I mean, it's China. I mean, come on. Now they bootleg everything. They water down everything. It's just the way they are sometimes.
Probably the CapEx being spent on that is $300 billion a year, or 1% of GDP, and that's going to create a
pay down the debt too.
Pay down the debt, but it's going to create a productivity boom. So, in the history of the United States, the railroads, the 1980s, the Reagan deregulation, the 1990s, the tech boom. I think that we could see growth and productivity well in excess of 3% for the coming years.
Well, that would be stunning. And I understand you're actually having fun at this job. Is that correct?
Most days.
Most days.
Most days.
Thank you for coming in. We really.
I mean, what you mean? He gets to come in and cook libs on economics. I mean, every time he gets in front of Congress, he gives these guys an economic lesson every single time. I ain't gonna lie, Scott Bessent is actually one of the shining stars of the Trump administration, and the ones that wear the dud hats is Kash Patel and Pam Bondi.
Details on this historic agreement. One of the lead negotiators. I don't think I want to negotiate with this guy. He's tough. Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, is with us. All right, so it's not only Japan, but it's Indonesia, it's the Philippines. You have the China deal.
Now, a bit of a conspiracy theory around Lutnick. Now, one of the reasons why they're saying they're not releasing the Epstein files is because Trump might be protecting Lutnick, because, well, Lutnick was a neighbor of Jeffrey Epstein, because, Epstein did live in New York, with all the billionaires, the rich people. And he was neighbors with Lutnick. Now, did they have proof that Lutnick, visited Epstein or anything like that? That has not came out yet. But were they neighbors? Most definitely.
What took place, Vietnam, and my understanding is we're close probably to a deal with the European Union. But let's talk first about this deal with Japan.
Well, what's special about the deal with Japan is this is not traditional investment. This isn't like the government saying, oh, Toyota is going to invest in America. This is literally the government of Japan giving Donald Trump and the American people $550 billion to invest at his direction on things that are important to America and national security. So I'll give you an example. Generic antibiotics. We don't make antibiotics. So Donald Trump could say, let's go build antibiotics, and we build generic antibiotics, and the Japanese government finances it for us. We want to build power and energy, nuclear. We want to finish out the Alaska pipeline.
Wow. So pretty much China's helping us pretty much fuel our economics, start building these, factories for these pharmaceuticals and probiotics. And China's going to fund that, and they're going to get 10% off the back end. Well, on profit.
$50 billion at the discretion of Donald Trump. This is the National Security Sovereign Fund given to us because Donald Trump created this amazing tariff structure, and the Japanese understood they wanted to get down to 15%. And Donald Trump drove, really, when we were negotiating, Donald Trump was negotiating, and I was watching, and it was historic.
And well, what about the Japanese products? I was thinking of buying a Switch, so what's that going to do? I mean, here's the thing: is either Japan's going to lower their prices of switches, or either they lower their price or the importer takes it to the profit margin. And here's the thing: I mean, we're talking about something that you buy once a year, so it's not like you're buying a switch every single week. You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
All right. So, but by my count, we're over $11 trillion in committed investments from both countries and companies into this country. You're right on the national security front. I think we import about 90% of our prescription medicines in the country. We are now going to manufacture them domestically. Same with semiconductor chips. Now we're going to come up with our own. We'll mine for our own rare earth metals and magnets on top of what is historic energy dominance. Hopefully by, somewhere in the middle of his term, I'm hoping sooner rather than later. Add that with the biggest tax cut in history, no tax on tips, overtime, Social Security. Foundationally, how can you argue that this is the biggest opportunity for American economic growth that I, at least on paper, have seen in my lifetime?
So what you've got this more than 11 trillion, right? More than $15 trillion worth of committed investment to America. And that's going to generate, just building all those factories, it's going to be 1.5% to 2% GDP. And now what people aren't talking about, and they should start talking about, is Donald Trump is smashing.
I mean, that's the thing. That's what the CBO score does not predict. The growth. I mean, Scott Bessent, Lucknick, they've all been screaming, you guys are not understanding the growth that's going to happen with the economy. You guys aren't picking it up. You guys ain't putting that in the numbers. And you know what? I can't even blame the CBO because they're pretty much saying, well, we can't go off that because we don't know if it will be enacted. And, well, here's the thing, though. It's honest. And here's a wild thing. People actually think that it takes like 10 years to build a factory. Well, guys, surprise, surprise, 2 to 5. 2 to 5. Actually, it's really 2 to 3. If you're building like a power plant, something crazy like that, something like large, like a large facility, 5 years. 5 years. And then the crazy thing is you can get people working on it within 2 and it'll be halfway done. I mean, trust me, in Ohio, we see it all the time. Halfway build facilities, but they got people working in it already. Like, some of y'all honestly need to know how these logistics and these factories work before you make such comments about Trump's investment into America. Because believe it or not, you can see a lot of these investments come into fruition around 2017.
Open these foreign markets.
My bad. 2017. Yeah.
Right. Indonesia says, come on, you can sell to us. No, we will get rid of all the rules. Vietnam, we will get rid of all the rules. I mean, these are historic events. And when America can export, our ranchers, our farmers, our fishermen, all our businesses can now export, you're going to see another point of GDP. That's Donald Trump himself from behind his desk driving 2.5 points of GDP. Then you got the rest of the country. You're going to see America grow at 4%. And you know, when America grows at 4%, it fixes everything. It starts to pay off our debt. It starts to balance our budget. You take the largest economy in the world and you put it on steroids. This is the Donald Trump economy, and it's coming.
All right. You know, one of the most unbelievable things is I think it's underreported. Why is Jerome Powell artificially keeping interest rates up? Because if there's going to be one lagging indicator, it's going to be home sales and sale of pre-existing homes and new home construction. Why? Nobody's going to give up a 2.9% 30-year fixed rate mortgage for a 7.5% 30-year fixed rate mortgage. Why is he artificially keeping them high with the numbers where they are?
It makes no sense, right? You have Europe at 2.25%. You have Switzerland at less than 1%. We are the most important country in the world with the greatest economy in the world. Why in the world do we have such a high interest rate? It's got to be cut. Donald Trump is absolutely right. It's got to be cut. This guy's got to go. He should either resign or be replaced. And we've got to have rates lower so that Americans can buy single-family homes and have affordable mortgages. Come on. We've got to help Americans get in the door of their first home. And finally, we need interest rates lower.
Well, there are a lot of people that want to move up to a bigger home. There are people that are shut out of the, of the home market, especially young people, because they can't afford the extra $1,000, $1,200, $1,500 a month because of these artificially high interest rates. It seems personal to me. It seems like Jerome Powell just doesn't like Donald Trump. That's my interpretation.
That's how it seems, right? Totally.
Yeah, big time, big time. Howard Lutnick, I don't know. I don't think I want to negotiate with you. You're tough. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, man, they're getting some great deals for us. This is probably like the second deal where I heard that where the tariff is around 10 to 20%, and we ain't got no tariffs on us, and we have reigning free access into their market. This is the third deal I've heard like that. So everything's going pretty well. I have no complaints when it comes to Trump and his trade policies. He's low-key killing them on that note. Now, let's go over to Speaker Johnson addressing the Epstein file rumors, because everybody's pretty much saying he shut the government down early because they're wanting to escape the Epstein file. They don't want to release it set. No. They're just following the schedule, guys. No need to dramatize it, as the Dems always do.
Yesterday, some of you may have seen a false headline in the New York Times, and the headline was terribly misleading. It said House Republicans are, quote, adjourning until September to avoid a vote on releasing the Epstein materials. I just want you to know, and everybody here knows, that's an outright lie. It's not true. And they were forced to modify their headline and update it today. The reason is, we all know that's the initial lie travels much faster than the truth, and so we're making sure that people know what is actually going on here. I think every single one of your publications have known that the published schedule of Congress was decided in December of 2024, and it's been published ever since. We are fulfilling the calendar. We're working. We'll be working tomorrow. There have been votes every day this week. We have 9 or 10 committees working through markups this week, many tomorrow. Congress is doing its work. No one is adjourning early. We have an August district work period that is very important to the function of Congress, that has been recognized for all of memory of this institution. And that is what everyone will be doing. The Times was forced to change the headline because it was completely false. No one in Congress is blocking Epstein documents. No one in Congress is doing that. What we're doing here, Republicans are preventing Democrats from making a mockery of the Rules Committee process because we refuse to engage in their political charade. That is what is happening and nothing more. The way Democrats have tried to weaponize this issue is absolutely shameless. And I just want to say this. Democrats said nothing and did nothing, absolutely nothing, about bringing transparency for the entire 4 years of the Biden presidency.
And that's a fact that they do not want to admit. It's like, yeah, you talk about Epstein files. I mean, where was this eagerness under Biden? Like, while Trump was running, y'all could have put it up then. You didn't do it. I mean, shoot, like I said, y'all had 4 years with all the information on the Epstein files under Biden, and y'all did nothing with it. But 6 months in, and y'all expecting a full expose? Like, bro, hold yourselves accountable for once and have some damn patience and be like, you know what, we did sit there for 4 years and not say shit. But now 6 months in on Trump, we're over here like a goddamn screaming banshee. Epstein files. Like, I get it. I want it too, guys. But you got to actually be real. You got to show some fairness here and understand, like, hold on, 4 years of not talking about it. And what? It's only been a hot topic for a month and a half. And you guys acting like we're covering it up? Oh, please. Come on now. Let's reflect on the last 4 years, please.
Now, all of a sudden, they want the American people to believe that they actually care. Their actions belie their words. We will not be lectured on transparency by the same party that orchestrated one of the most shameless, dangerous political cover-ups in the history of the United States. And that was President Biden's obvious mental decline. House Republicans stand for maximum transparency and truth. We always have and we always will. We're in lockstep with President Trump and his administration on this issue. We are pushing for the release of all credible information to be released with regard to the Epstein matter. I would note also that there are real issues, legal issues, with the CANA resolution, with the Massey resolution. CANA's has no protection whatsoever for the victims of these horrible, unspeakable sex crimes, and Massey's doesn't go far enough. Additionally, the president has directed the Department of Justice to pursue the release of grand jury information, and that is happening as we speak. In fact, the court is processing the DOJ's request for grand jury materials as we are standing here right now. That's a very important step. will evaluate any necessary measures that Congress needs to undertake when that process is completed. I'm convinced the administration is thoroughly reviewing all materials and working to release all credible information while also providing protection for victims. And I've been very clear and on the record many times that we have an obligation to do that, a legal obligation and a moral obligation to protect the people who have been the victims of these unspeakable.
I mean, whoever got that car ringing out there, hey, you disrespectful.
Crimes so that their names are not dragged through the mud. That's a fine needle to thread, and I'm convinced that the people who are in charge with this are doing it the right way, judiciously. The Trump administration is working through the court to unseal those documents. Most of the Epstein files are under court order and sealed, so you have to go through that route to do it. All that credible information needs to come out, but they deserve the space to do that in the way that it is supposed to be done, and they are. A thorough, judicious, meticulous review to truly protect innocent people who suffer. In the meantime, on a much brighter note, the House Republicans are looking forward to going back to their districts. They have a lot to be.
And all right, now that he's addressed that, let's get into this CNN breaking on the French president sues Candace Owens over claims his wife was born a male. I mean, you know, I can definitely cover the whole Brigitte Macron story. I can do a whole live out for you guys. Probably do it sometime this week, and I can definitely knock that out so you guys can get the full story, you know, from day one to today, because this has been a long saga with, you know, Candace Owens pretty much going off on Brigitte Macron about her being born a man. And here's the thing, I'm a believer. I'm a believer. She convinced me. She sold me on it. I'll tell you.
Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte are suing right-wing podcast. French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte are suing right-wing podcaster and conspiracy theorist Candace Owens. The defamation lawsuit filed today in Delaware claims that Owens has engaged in a, quote, relentless and unjustified smear campaign against the couple. The complaint goes on to allege that Owens spread outrageous conspiracy theories. That France's first lady could be a man, that the Macrons are related in committing incest, and that the Macrons, the couple, is being controlled by the CIA. Obviously, those are deranged claims. In response to the filing, Owens posted a screenshot of a news story about the lawsuit on her Instagram page and wrote, "I will be coming for this wig today. Stay tuned." Owens has, of course, a history of all sorts of deranged conspiracy theories and vile anti-Semitic rhetoric. She was temporarily suspended from YouTube for anti-LGBT comments. Joining us now to discuss is Tom Clare, the lawyer.
Shout out Candace Owens, though. I ain't gonna lie, she lived for that one. But let's be real. I even looked into this, guys, and I'm just like, bro. All right, look. The Candace claims that she's a man. Now, this has been going on for like over damn near 2 years, guys. She's been cracking down on this for a while. The fact that Brigitte Macron hasn't came out and just released a damn pic of herself as a young lady back in the day, or her holding her kids that she's claimed that she had and all this wild stuff, she just keeps on throwing out these court cases that later get dropped. Like, she's attacked Candace in court before, and I mean, it ain't going nowhere. So, yeah. Instead of just releasing proof, it's like she's just trying to scare Candace through the courts. And I mean, maybe she forgot where Candace lives, but hey, we live in America. You better prove that this is defamation, or she don't got to stop talking.
For the Macrons, Emmanuel and Brigitte. And we should note that if people recognize you, they might remember you from the Dominion case suing Fox News for defamation, which resulted in a $787.5 million settlement from Fox, but who's counting? So the lawsuit claims that this has been a year-long campaign by Candace Owens. Why are the Macrons suing now? Like, what changed? Why sue now?
Well, this was really a last resort. We have attempted to engage with her for the last year, putting evidence in front of her, request after request after request, that she just simply do the right thing. This is not a legal thing. Do the right thing, tell the truth, stop spreading these lies. And each time we've done that, she mocked the Macrons. She mocked our efforts to set the record straight. She refused to retract what she had said.
No, all she did is say no. She wrote these guys a letter and say, look, just say yes or no. Can you guys provide proof that Brigitte Macron's a man? Can you guys go ahead and send me a picture of her having a kid? Send me her birth certificate. Send me anything. Bro, they can't even give you a fucking birth certificate. This is how deep it is right now. So when I say I'm a believer, bro, I've even tried to come at this as a doubter, and I'm just like, bro, French first lady, oh man, that's crazy. But they haven't been able to refute it though. She hasn't been able to prove it. This is what makes it kind of like, ooh. I mean, you want to create a defamation lawsuit, but when this goes to discovery, I'm wondering, will they keep this up? Because they've already tried to scare Candace through the course before and it ain't work. I mean, them taking it to defamation is the next level, but why didn't y'all just, come out with the proof? You've been bothering Candace about this for a year and a half now. Now it goes up to a defamation case. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited to see them prove it.
She started a merch campaign. She's selling T-shirts mocking and celebrating her defamation of them. And enough is enough. It was time to hold her accountable for this campaign.
So your lawsuit alleges, quote, every time the Macrons leave their home, they do so knowing that countless people have heard and many believe these vile fabrications. It is invasive, dehumanizing, and deeply unjust. Some people out there.
Every time Macron leave their home, they do so knowing that the countless people have heard and may believe these vile fabrication. It is invasive, dehumanizing, and deeply unjust. You are a man. Like, look, I get it. You've been lying to everybody for years, talking about you're this woman. You have a pedophile relationship with Emmanuel Macron since the man was a kid. Yeah, I mean, according to all the evidence, I mean, you gotta say something, dude.
Might think, really, the
show
first
us a
couple
picture.
of France can't leave their home in France without worrying that people believe the deranged nonsense from this American podcaster?
What people don't really understand, and a lot of people can go on TV and talk about the president, talk about the first lady, pundits can get on and talk about them, but what people forget is these are human beings. These are a married couple. They have a social life. They have a private life together. They have the same feelings and the same hurt from these sorts of defamatory statements.
Then just prove that she's not a man. It's that easy. Just show us a picture. It would have been so easy to debunk this. I don't know why she hasn't done it. Like I said, this has been going on for like a year and a half, damn near 2 years. Like Candace, bro, this is nothing like new. If you guys who are just tuning in think that Candace just started talking about this 2 months ago or 2 weeks ago, no. It's damn near been 2 years.
Statements as anybody would, and it does have a material impact on them. It is, it's incredibly upsetting to have this said year after year. And this sort of falsehood is a cancer, and it metastasizes into obviously the media, but it also metastasizes into other circles that they're running in. They get asked about it, of course, even in the circles that they run in. They get asked about these campaigns, and they shouldn't have to go through that.
It's pretty horrible. She also engages in Holocaust denial and all sorts of anti-Semitism. She just posted a video reacting to the lawsuit. She calls it a, quote, obvious and desperate public relations strategy. What's your response?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank her for that reaction to the lawsuit. She's only helping us with our claim for punitive damages by expressing no remorse and obviously doubling down on these falsehoods.
Yeah.
But I don't think she's going to feel the same way about this being a public relations stunt after her deposition and after she has to sit for trial.
So, I mean, yeah, she's ready to do all that. That's the funny thing is, though, Candace has been threatening or asking for y'all to put her through deposition for a while now. And then she also asked you guys to sit there and show proof that Brigitte Macron's a man. So it kind of seems like you guys are trying to do the legal attack on Candace without providing no proof that, well, Brigitte Macron's a woman. I mean, first off, I'll provide the proof first, then we can go ahead and talk about the defamation on Candace. But you got to show us proof.
You're alleging that Candace Owens made these allegations despite knowing that they were false.
Nope.
I don't know that she knows they're false.
Yeah, I don't think she thinks they're false either. I mean, bro, you don't do a whole 4 or 5 part series, then have the guy who started the story, Xavier Pouzard or something like that. He's a French reporter who was breaking this story with the help of another female reporter who I can't record her name right now. So this story's been going on for a minute. It's like, it's not just her she's fighting at this point. Like, Candace has been talking about this. She had these 2 people on. She's a believer. She's not doing this as a way to just lie about the first lady. And think about it like this. What benefit does Candace get about lying about the French first lady? Like, what political benefit in America does that gain her? Nothing. She just did it because she walked across the story. Somebody threw it across for her. She didn't believe it. She looked into it, and now she's a believer. That's how we're here today.
I mean, she says a lot of crazy, just completely insane, hateful stuff about Jews, about the Holocaust, about like, I don't know what she knows to be true or not. She says a lot of lies. How do you know that she's lying as opposed to a deeply disturbed individual? Well, it could be both, of course.
It's one of the reasons why our complaint is 219 pages long. We wanted to lay out exactly that. We wanted to explain to the court, and we wanted to explain to the people that will see our lawsuit how we can prove that she knows it's false. We allege that there's evidence that she knew it was false when she started this campaign over a year ago. She started relying on things she knew was discredited. But then over the past year, when we have put this information directly in front of her, even if you want to give her a pass for the early crazy stuff that she said, after we put facts and information in front of her, black and white, multiple times.
What? Like her, the first lady's birth certificate? Like what kind of facts?
Yeah, we have laid out extensive evidence in our complaint demonstrating that she was born a woman. She's always been a woman, and the allegations of CIA control conspiracy and the incest and all the other.
Yeah, that was also the wild card there. She went she went past Brigitte Macron, focused on Emmanuel Macron, connected him to a Rothschild, said that he might be an incest baby, said that, bro, Brigitte Macron might be Emmanuel Macron's uncle, and this is a pedophile incestual relationship. I was like, bro, what? Whoa, now that was a reach right there. I mean, the whole Madame Macron or Brigitte Macron being a man, that's tough enough to take in. All of that, what I just told you, I was like, all right, hold on now. Yeah, you're gonna have to roll that one out, slow roll that one for me.
Things are demonstrably false. Putting aside the fact that they're all inherently implausible, what you said at the outset is obviously really important. In our system, if you're making an inherently implausible allegation.
I mean, come on, guys. I mean, does that look like a woman? Like, come on, bro. She does look like she just got the most basic wig on. You can just snatch that wig off whenever you want. Like, I don't know, guys. Yeah, but hey, I don't know. Some of y'all might like that.
The standard is higher. You have to come forward with better evidence.
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, just looking in, I look like a female to me.
Evidence if you're going to say it. She has none of it. All she's done is mock them and ridiculed them and repeated it.
There are a bunch of these hate mongers out there that have been saying the same thing about Michelle Obama, the former First Lady of the United States. Do you think she should sue?
Well, I haven't looked at her claim, but I believe that everybody.
Oh no, because nobody went balls to the wall on Michelle Obama. That's the thing. Nobody said I'll stake my career on Michelle Obama being a man. That's not me saying it, but nobody said that. Candace Owens literally said I stake my career on that Brigitte Macron is a man. I was even like, oh, okay. So, yeah, you really believe this? And I'm just like, and when she laid out her evidence and all this stuff, I became a believer too. I'm like, yeah, it is a bit sus how she's not laid out no information for the past year and a half, and now you want to do something. I mean, maybe let's be real. Maybe they threw it under the rug because it probably wasn't me talking about all that much. But once Candace Owens released the series, oh man, I mean, that's when it really took off. The Candace Owens Brigitte Macron series, banger. It was a banger. I ain't gonna lie.
Has a right to their
reputation.
You should
watch it, guys.
And I think our Constitution makes that very clear.
You should watch it. It was a good watch. I mean, it was very entertaining. Shout out Hellbat. He says, funny part is that they sent a cease and desist to Candace response with prove it. Wait, hold on. My bad. But funny part is that they send a cease and dismiss Candace response with prove it. They threatened with lawsuit, and finally 2 years later they're gonna lose. I read that right?
Their defamation is not protected by the First Amendment. And if it's impacting Michelle Obama or anybody else, they have a right to access our court system and have a trial. In our system, that's the way we determine truth or falsity. We do it in court, we do it with rules, we do it with legal standards, and it's a place where evidence matters. And that's why we've taken Candace.
My bad, Hellbat. He said, funny part is that they sent a cease and dismiss Candace response with proof it they threatened with lawsuit. And finally, 2 years later, they're going to lose. You know, we're going to see. Like I said, like everything got to go to discovery now. I mean, here's the thing. I have a bit of confidence now in Brigitte Macron because she finally done, escalated this to an, defamation, which it is if, you know, Candace is wrong. So, but here's the thing about defamation. Now we got to go to discovery. I mean, now you guys got to really prove that Macron's a man, and Candace gets to prove how she's not. There we go. And then you also got to prove that she did this under the pretext of, oh, she knew it was wrong. She did it for salacious reasons, just to, I guess, go against the first lady for whatever random reason they come up with. Because Candace has no stake in France. She just did it as a story. So I doubt they can prove that she did this on purpose.
To court where we can actually have a trial on the truth.
You're asking for punitive damages. How much money do you want? And do you want her to apologize?
Well, we'd love an apology, of course. A court can't order her to apologize. And based on her conduct, especially today, we don't expect her to do anything other than double down. We'll put forward our damage claim at trial. But if she continues to double down between now and the time of trial, it'll be a substantial award.
Well, can you give me an idea? Are we talking about, I mean, the last time you were involved in something, the settlement was $787.5 million. That was Fox News for their many, many lies about Dominion Software. Fox News. But are you looking for that kind of settlement? She doesn't have $787.5 million.
Well, you look at what happened with Alex Jones, and there are juries understand that there is an inherently large value to somebody's reputation. And if you're going to say these vile things, and if you're going to repeat them to a significant audience, as she has over 5 million followers, and her lies have metastasized into actual publications. So we see other publications that pick up on it and they report on it. And when you ask them, when we reached out to them and say, what's your basis for this? They point back to her.
What are the other publications?
They're detailed in the complaint. We've seen Newsweek, New York Post, and others have pointed to her as the source of their reporting on this.
But they're asserting it as if it's true based on what Candace
Xavier
Owens
Poussard. That's what his name is. Xavier Poussard is the main one who reported on this. So look up Xavier Poussard and you'll find out all his work on the whole Brigitte Macron's a man thing. Like, it didn't start from Candace. It started from that guy. And they're trying to sue that guy, and that's not working out for them. They're trying to sue the French people who came up with the story, and they lost legal battles to these guys. What makes you think they're going to win against Candace? And shout out my man Hellback. He's like, plus getting called trans is now defamatory? Dems. You know what? That's crazy, though. I mean, I thought y'all would consider that an honor. Like, what you mean? Trans people are all right. It's like when they try to call us gay, and I'm like, well, hold on, aren't y'all the main supporter of gay people? Like, y'all try to come at people's sexuality. I'm like, hold on, aren't y'all the most inclusive? So, I mean, hold on, how y'all really feel then about gay people? I mean, they should probably check y'all on that. But shout out to my man Fox Chase. He says, what we really want to know is Michelle is a dude. Oh, come on. God damn it, Fox. What we really want to know is if Michelle's a dude. You know, that would also be a good case too, but I think I think Candace knew better than to go at Michelle, because maybe, just maybe. Because here's the thing, the whole Brigitte Macron being a man got me side-eyeing Michelle, but I honestly think Michelle's a woman, though. It's funny to say she's a man, but she's a woman.
They repeat what Candace has said, and they cite her as a source, and so when they fall back
until further proof comes out that she's a man, she's a woman. For now,
back on her, but she is at the epicenter of this campaign. That's why we picked her. That's why we're going for her, is because she is the one whose lies are metastasizing and spreading. And she, under our system of defamation, is liable for all those republications.
Are you not worried at all that the fact is that this is a disturbed individual, Candace Owens, who loves attention, loves the fact that we're talking about her on CNN? She doesn't, whatever happened to her as a child, like, she doesn't care that the attention's negative. She just likes it.
Yeah.
And you're bringing her more?
Yeah, I mean, it obviously goes into the mix, and we did not do this as our first choice, but Jake, if that mindset allowed the Macrons to sit back, that's how disinformation takes root.
Right.
That's how disinformation wins. Is you've got to take that first step, and you've got to take a principled step. And I applaud the Macrons for their courage in taking this on.
All right, Tom Clare, thanks so much for being here.
You know what? And I guess we can get to Candace's reactions if y'all want to, because it is a bit, you know what, why not? Let's hear Candace double down on this, and let's see what she got to say. Well, like, let's be fair.
You know what? It's one of my favorite movies, and there may never be a more appropriate time in my life for me to roll this clip. So let's roll it.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
That's why you're here. That's why you're here. That's how I feel right now. me receiving my papers today.
Man.
By the way, another lovely individual who delivered those papers to me. I really got to say, Tennessee, we are absolutely crushing it. The people that deliver the papers are just fantastic. They're so kind. They're always fans of mine. Anyways, I am floored. Are you floored? Because this is just goofy. You are officially a very goofy man, Brigitte. I got to give it to you. You've definitely got balls. Fire everybody around you. And I mean literally everyone around.
Let's go. She said you got balls, Brigitte. Oh, let's go. Hey, nah, you're right. She did double down.
Around you who told you that this was a good idea, that this was a very good idea for you to be the first sitting first lady of a country to file a lawsuit against a journalist of another country. You are literally making history in all the wrong ways.
I'm sorry, guys. I need to go back to that. That was just like epic Candace moment right now. This will go down in one of Candace's best moments. Brigitte, you got some balls.
Anyways, I am floored. Are you floored? Because this is just goofy. You are officially a very goofy man, Brigitte. But I got to give it to you. You've definitely got balls. Fire everybody around you. And I mean literally everyone around you who told you that this was a good idea, that this was a very good idea for you to be the first sitting first lady of a country to file a lawsuit against a journalist of another country. You are literally making history in all the wrong ways. And I want to be very clear here right at the top that this is obvious, very clear that it is an obvious and desperate public relations strategy. That's what this is. Where do we even begin? Okay, so let's rewind this. In case you're new here, a few weeks ago, Brigitte finally lost her defamation claim against two journalists, which was taking place for years, by the way, over in France. It was the most viral story worldwide.
Yeah, she had a defamation claim against Xavier Poussard, who first claimed that she was a man. She lost that. And then against another female reporter, she just lost that one. But that one, it wasn't even about the claims about her being a man, though.
Everyone's going, okay, obviously something is here. She's been clinging to this defamation claim, saying, oh, well, I'm suing them for defamation, and this is not true. And Brigitte's world, therefore, came crashing down.
And shout out to my man Hellbad. He says, what do you call a female teabag? A flippuccino?
Because that was her only effective PR strategy. That was the only thing that they used to dissuade the rumors that she was born a man. It was an absolute farce of a lawsuit, which relied upon the public not knowing the details of the lawsuit at all. In short, the lawsuit was not about whether or not she was born a man. Okay, that's not the claims of defamation that she was bringing against them, but rather it was very particular, and it was about whether or not Natasha Ray and Amandine Roy misspoke when Natasha said that a document that they had received throughout their investigation appeared to her to be fraudulent. I mean, they were getting really petty. She basically was like, if you make a mistake, I'm going to sue you for defamation. And of course, when you're working with people who won't answer basic questions, you are bound to make little mistakes. But like I said, Brigitte's entire PR strategy hinged upon public ignorance. And then the public ignorance went away when I did the Becoming Brigitte series, because people realized you only have to get one episode into that thing, okay? You realize these are not...
Actually, she also did an Epstein series as well. So I can actually show you some stuff from that as well, too. Let me know if we want to keep on going with the Candace stuff, but I do have other stories to get into as well.
Outlandish allegations. These are not allegations coming from the quote-unquote far right or the quote-unquote far left. These are not allegations that are coming from deep on a Reddit feed, okay? This is the reality. It is a couple in reality that has been involved in way too many pedophilic scandals, okay? Scandals that are related in some way or another to pedophiles. People that they've worked with, people that they were friends with, artists that they've hired.
I mean, yeah, the fact that Emmanuel Macron has a pedophilic novelist or a pedo novelist and a pedophilic art around him is a bit strange.
Things just didn't look right. Then, of course, I invited you guys to recognize that the press in France lied about their origin story. They lied about everything. They tried to present them as some modern couple, telling us that she was so hot, she was Claudia Schiffer.
Yeah, and I mean, they did try to portray Brigitte Macron back in the day as this extremely hot lady that was back in the day. And when they showed this picture, I was like, hold on, what, you talking about her? I mean, she ain't all that cute. They was like, no, her. Yeah, her. This is the extremely hot lady that captivated all the French boys on campus, guys. I mean, what a looker. What a beautiful lady. Oh, wow.
And yeah, even though he was 14, she was just irresistible. And then you see this picture.
Oh, wow.
And you're going, what? That's a picture? The hot teacher that the press was trying to sell so people wouldn't question this odd relationship. A person that's 40 being attracted, or alleged to be 40, I actually think Brigitte's older than that, is attracted to a 14-year-old boy. That's disgusting.
Yep.
It's perverted no matter what.
Yeah, but Brigitte met Emmanuel Macron in theater, in theater class or whatever theater course he was taking as a young man. And that is when Emmanuel Macron fell in love with this oh so attractive lady who was just the spitting image of female beauty, which is Brigitte Macron. Am I right, guys? What a looker.
Is an incredibly perverted story, which centers around individuals who happen to surround themselves with other perverts. That's the reality. You cannot look away from that. And then, of course, right about the time that President Donald Trump personally called me and told me that Emmanuel Macron asked him to order me to just stop talking about his wife's penis.
True story.
Then the world knew something was going on here.
Which is true. Donald Trump did call Candace and ask her to drop the Brigitte Macron story, pretty much saying, look, Candace, I'm trying to get this deal done with the Europeans and the Ukrainians. All right, man. And this man is holding us up because you're talking about his wife being a man. I mean, like, Candace, you think you can just, hush things up until, later on? And Candace did. She was told this at the beginning of the year in February, and that's exactly what she did. She literally held off on going on the Brigitte Macron series and then popped up out of nowhere explaining why. And it was that Trump asked her to stop. And she did. She put a pause on it.
Because that's not normal. That is completely not normal for a sitting president to get on a plane, to come over and visit another sitting president, discuss Ukraine and Russia negotiations for world peace, and then to take him to the side and say, hey, so do you know Candace Owens, this podcaster? Yeah, that was the moment where the world went, it's over, pack it up, go home. There's clearly something here. So Brigitte is now pivoting strategies. That's what's happening here. I told you already that they went to market in America to hire a crisis PR team on American soil. Again, a sitting president of a foreign country trying to hire a crisis PR team in America, that's not normal. And it is more than likely, and I'm surmising here, that crisis PR team was the one that gave them this advice. After they lost against Amandine Roy, Natasha Ray, they probably said, file another lawsuit. We know you can't win that lawsuit, but it doesn't matter. We just need you to file the lawsuit for the sake of press, so that you can again say to people, oh, well, it's not true because look, I'm suing Candace Owens. If you need any more evidence that Brigitte Macron is definitely a man, it is just what is happening right now. The idea that you would file this lawsuit is all of the proof that you need. Okay. I have been in communication with their lawyers, or via our lawyers, like their lawyers and my lawyers have been speaking, phone calls, emails since January. She's now named her law firm. I protected that, but now we can tell you it's Claire Locke, okay? Claire Locke is representing Brigitte, and Emmanuel Macron has been in communication with us for months, and yet they did not send us a copy of the lawsuit. They did not give my lawyer a heads up that they were filing a lawsuit, but they did instead opt to give this lawsuit ahead of time to the Financial Times, the New York Times,
CNN. I mean, that's the guy she's talking about right there, her lawyer. Yes, they released it. They released that lawsuit to everybody but Candace. So when that dude came on there and said, oh no, she's seen the lawsuit, excuse me, but that was a lie.
CBS News, what does that tell you? It's a PR strategy. They don't care if they win. This is about running it through the press. And how much PR are we talking here? Claire Locke, Tom Locke, or Tom Claire, whatever his name is, they actually uploaded the lawsuit to their website, and then they gave CBS News a link to the uploaded lawsuit before I had been served, before my lawyer was even informed about it. I found out with all of you. I found out with the world. I found out from the Financial Times that I was being sued by the first couple of France. Not normal, guys. And even in the Financial Times, this is what's really funny, despite getting the exclusive on this story, and they must have gotten it yesterday, by the way, they definitely had to have received it at least yesterday, maybe even before then, because I think 3 people worked on the article. So this is not like they were breaking news. It was quite a long article. But even the Financial Times, despite getting the exclusive, they're kind of stating the obvious in the piece. They're like, yeah, this is a pretty steep mountain to scale. This has kind of never been done.
Hey, yo, and shout out Misfit Supervisor for sending a floating heart for 10 jewels. Appreciate the support, sis.
Done in the history of the world. Not sure what's up here. Specifically, the article reads, quote, the suit is a rare case of a serving world leader personally suing an online influencer over their content. It goes on to read, the Macrons face a high legal bar since U.S. defamation laws require public figures to show actual malice, meaning the person knew the information was false or had a reckless disregard for the truth. Making matters even more hilarious is the preschool principal that they have established here as the basis for their lawsuit. This is a quote from their lawyer. Given to the Financial Times, it reads, quote, Owens has dissected their appearance, their marriage, their friends, their family, and their personal history, twisting it all into a grotesque narrative designed to inflame and degrade, the Macron said in their filing. The result is relentless bullying on a worldwide scale. Okay, so my first question is, how old are you? Are you 5 years old? Really? This is bullying is what you're coming at me with, which, by the way, is exactly what they're coming at Xavier Poussard with, which I should mention now. Xavier Poussard is not being sued for defamation. He's the one that wrote the book that I based my entire report on. They're not suing him for defamation. No. They're going, you're a bully. We're going to sue you. And then we're going to launch this lawsuit in against Candace in the United States, not against you as a French citizen, because we know we can't.
Yeah, Xavier Poussard wrote the book, came up with the whole story report on Brigitte Macron being a man. But like I said, they're kind of letting this man ride off into the sunset all the way to Italy. But Candace, they're on her. They're on her ass.
Win this, but it doesn't matter because courts take a long time to establish that. And in the meantime, we can just say finally that we're suing her. Secondly, the audacity for Brigitte Macron to call me a bully. When we just watched Brigitte physically assault her husband on the world stage, you pummeled him. You beat him. You're the bully. You're over here. Oh, I don't like Candace's words. You whooped your husband in front of the entire world on a plane. You're the bully. You're the bully, Brigitte. And you've been bullying him, I would bet, since he was 14 years old. I think you've been grooming him. And that's the worst kind of bullying in my viewpoint. By the way, I want to read you this from their lawsuit because I obviously have not had time to read all of this, right? The Financial Times reported that the lawsuit also says that their filing includes a description of the circumstances in which they met. The president was a 15-year-old student at a Jesuit high school in Amiens when he first encountered Brigitte, then a 39-year-old married teacher with 3 children. So much of that is not true. Again, they're trying to say he's 15, he was 14. According to the filings, they, quote, formed a deeper intellectual connection when she directed a production of the 1971 Milan Kundera play.
So how the heck you get an intellectual relationship with a 15-year-old boy is beyond me. But then again, I've heard of teachers doing that, and we still judge them. So hey, it's not uncommon, but to become first lady after doing so is crazy.
Jack and His Master, in which Macron played the lead role. And later, the two began meeting regularly to collaborate on another play. Their relationship, quote, remained within the bounds of the law, the filings say. But when the teenager's parents found out about his, quote, strong feelings for his teacher, they moved him to a different school. Before he left, he told her, whatever you do, I will marry you. Dude, you're such a creep. The fact that you're stating this as a defense, and you're not even telling the truth here, okay? Because you can't ignore the facts of how old he was when he was in that play. You just can't. So happy to go through this in court. But do you realize how creepy you are? How creepy this sounds? His parents then took him away because I'm disgusting, right? Because I'm a creep. Because I had power over this student and tried to seduce him, not because I looked like Claudia Schiffer, because I'm just a creepy old man. That's what happened here. And you stating this is it's so disgusting. Anyways, you have to also appreciate that their lawyer told the Financial Times that they're willing to fly to the United States for this lawsuit, right? They are willing to commute to the United States, to Delaware courts, where they filed this. But they were unwilling for some reason to allow us to fly to France to interview Brigitte, which we offered to do before we started the series. They were also unwilling to simply answer our yes or no questions that we emailed to them so that we could ascertain facts. We did all of this before we aired the first episode, which makes the opening lines of their lawsuit especially egregious. It's just the audacious, it's like the audacity of the lies that Claire Locke is now telling. This is what they write in their opening complaint. This is Claire Locke, ready? Can you pull up the opening lines where they say that we didn't allow them? Yeah. It says, in March of 2024, Candace, a right-wing podcaster, told the world that she would stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is, in fact, a man, and then goes on to say, rather than engaging with President and Mrs. Macron's attempts to set the record straight, Owens mocked them and used them as additional fodder for her frenzied fan base. Okay, that's very interesting. So now we can just go ahead and show you when they contacted us. Actually, what they said was, she does not have to answer your questions about whether or not she is and always has been a woman. And we went back and told them, no, actually you do. And here are some more questions, and we're willing to sit down for an interview.
I mean, yeah, if you want to claim defamation, I mean, you're going to have to kind of say that you straightened me out first and I still reported those lies. That's kind of the whole point of a defamation case, is that, one, you set me straight and Candace still went out, or I still went out. That's kind of how it's like lining up right now. So if they was to just give Candace the interview and Brigitte Macron was to tell her, all right, look, this is how I'm a woman. It's been this, and that. And Candace still went out and said, no, she's a man after she done provided proof that she was a woman. That's defamation. Yes. So the fact that they did not give her any proof at all, they can't prove that, oh, well, she's doing this out of ill intent. She knows she's in the wrong with this. No, she don't. Obviously, she don't, because you guys never try to set her straight. You said, no, you don't deserve to ask these questions. We're above this. I mean, come on now.
Went into my computer today, found that letter we sent to them, and typed in the word interview to see how many times we mentioned the prospect of flying out to interview them. Again, we sent this letter to them before we ran the first episode of the show. So this was in early January. Let's pull up what we wrote here. Second, my lawyer tells them, your insistence that Mrs. Macron outright refuses to provide evidence of her gender alone creates significant reason to doubt her counsel-filtered denials. As such, Candace is interested in having Mrs. Macron comment on this controversy, and, as detailed below, Candace now extends Mrs. Macron a full opportunity to rebut the allegations at issue here. Should Mrs. Macron decline this opportunity, that fact, too, precludes a claim of actual malice. Okay, we can go on here. Elsewhere in this letter in which we wrote back to them, we wrote here, you state, because they did, that Mrs. Macron, and we quoted them here, does not owe Candace proof that she is and always has been a woman. But you are wrong for several reasons, and your statement on the matter, which we consider to be admissible evidence, precludes your claim of actual malice by itself. Elsewhere in that exact same letter, as my lawyer just completely obliterated all their arguments, we included a subheading that says, questions for a fair and balanced interview. You guys remember this? These are the famous questions they declined to answer. And you can see I was searching the word interview, which is why it's highlighted in yellow here.
I mean, damn, these are some actually good questions. If I can go ahead and read these out for y'all. Why do the Macrons refuse to sue Xavier Passard? He is the initial journalist who published the story in the S.E.T documents, which asserted Brigitte Macron's transition from a man. I mean, 2, why was Brigitte Macron born a biological man, or did she live as a man at any point of her life? I mean, okay. Well, now 3, is the man you showed at President Macron's, let's see here, investories in 2017 and 2022 is the same individual pictured on the far left? Huh. I mean, okay.
It says, as such, we offer any date and time during the months of January, February, and March of 2025 for an interview between Candace and your clients. Candace, her producer, and a videographer will fly to Europe and arrange for a translator and studio in which the Macrons can.
Now, I get some of you guys in the chat saying, I would never have this conversation and all that good stuff. I get it. But if you want to sue Candace for defamation, you would have to have this conversation now. But if you're just going to let her talk and call you a man or whatever, and you're a woman, I mean, then that'll be on you. So if you're not suing Candace Owens for defamation, then you're right. You wouldn't have to have this conversation at all. But you can't try to sue the young lady for defamation and then say, oh, I shouldn't even have to have this conversation. I mean, well, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. If you want to prove that she's defamating your name or she's coming with slanderous, let's say this slanderous stories about you, then you have to have this uncomfortable, unreasonable, as you guys are saying, conversation.
Answer questions. As you know, the first remedy for a defamation plaintiff is mitigation by, quote, using available opportunities to contradict the lie or correct the error and thereby to minimize its adverse impact on reputation. We then listed the questions. To facilitate this interview, we offer the following questions in advance. Okay. We then list all of our questions, very simple questions. Did Brigitte Macron ever use the name Veronique? As an example, number 5, can you identify each child in the Amiens family photograph? Did Brigitte Macron physically give birth to 3 children? I don't know. If I'm trying to avoid being defamed,
which would be a pretty easy proof. Think about it. If she gave birth to 3 children, isn't that as easy as going back on, I don't know, maybe she didn't, take any pictures when she gave birth. Maybe. Who knows? I mean, I don't know. Nothing. No proof that you got a nice little baby right here and you're in the bed. Just look, here's me and my womanhood. It's a bit strange.
Very happily reply, yes, I, Candace Owens, I physically gave birth to 4 children.
But it has to be with Candace.
Elsewhere, we can show you this, how we wrapped up this letter. Here are more of the questions, which you guys are welcome to pause and read in your own time. And then we can show you how we ended it. We urge you to respond to this letter on or before January 23rd, 2025, so we can make arrangements to schedule an interview with the Macrons. We reserve all our clients' rights, claims, and remedies. This letter does not contain a full recitation of the facts underlying this matter. They did not reply to our answers. They did not tell us, yes, we'd like to interview or rebut things and say. They basically just said, she doesn't owe you anything. She's always been a woman. That's not how this works, okay?
Yeah.
This is not how this works. You could have easily provided evidence or answered simple yes or no questions, which we would have said was an actual statement coming from you, but you've refused to do that in this context.
And that's what I'm saying. That's where it looks kind of crazy because it's you want to say that it's defamation, that she's doing this knowing that Brigitte Macron's a woman, but she's saying she's a man. Well, then why didn't y'all just answer the questions? And I mean, let's be real. You could have sent the proof to your lawyer. Your lawyer could have sent it to Candace. I mean, you don't got to talk directly to Candace, but you do have to provide proof if you're trying to make a case about it.
Context, just like you refused to do it overseas. It's why they overturned the defamation claim that you were holding on to, hoping that this would somehow prove that you weren't born a man, something that is so easy to debunk. Hi, where are the first 30 years of your life? Where are the photos of you raising Tefan? There should be so much. You say you have 3 kids. Did you take no photos of you having those kids the first day you held those kids? What about pictures from your wedding day? Tons of pictures from your wedding day. You've only shown that one, which was filtered through by Mimi Marchand, who we're going to talk about in a second. I want to be very clear. It is so obvious what you are doing, okay? You went to the Financial Times as opposed to contacting my lawyer, who you've had contact with. You went to the Financial Times because you're trying to appeal to a very specific type of person, a certain class of people that you have to face now, who now know that you have a penis. Okay, that's beyond obvious. Even in your filing, the filing actually reads this, and I quote, as a result of the false and defamatory accusations and implications published by the defendants, the Macron's relationships with other members of the government, potential political allies, and others have been undermined as a result of the false and defamatory. You are also stating here the Macron's integrity and fitness as political and governmental leaders has been undermined. That's exactly what this is all about. It's about you not wanting to stand across from Kate Middleton, having her glance down quickly and, give a knowing look to William. That's what it is. You're embarrassed. You are embarrassed. And so you want to save face by being like, well, we sued her. Yeah, we know we can't win. We know it is literally an impossible mountain to scale. We know she very clearly has presented a lot of evidence that I'm a man. That's why the whole world believes you're a man. Okay. People didn't watch this series. If what I was saying was ridiculous, okay, people this wouldn't have gone viral. It would have gone viral. It would have been so beyond what anybody could plausibly imagine could be true. They would have said that was weird. I don't know why Candace did 5 hours on this. Instead, we converted people into believers of this story because there was that much evidence to the contrary. While you produced no evidence and won't answer questions, we produced 5 hours of evidence alongside the reporting of Xavier Poussard. Okay. So what you are trying to do with this lawsuit, it's again very obvious, is you're trying to defame me. That's why this lawsuit is littered with factual inaccuracies. It's got all of these points that have nothing to do with the substance of what you're even coming after me for.
Yeah, and already throwing the label of anti-Semite and all that and the Holocaust denier, which she's not. I mean, she ain't never really say anything about Holocaust denier. I know some real Holocaust deniers, and Candace is not. So we could throw that one out. Now, anti-Semitic for calling out the Israel problem. I mean, come on now. If you're anti-Semitic for calling out Israel, then I mean, fuck it. I mean, like what? Half of America is anti-Semitic at that point.
Trying to delegitimize the reporting by smearing my character. A catastrophic, by the way, PR strategy, which is dressed up as a lawsuit. Okay. It's incredible if you read through this, guys, that Brigitte actually and intentionally defames me throughout the filing.
Okay.
Says all of these things that are untrue. Attributes quotations to me that I've never said.
That's funny as hell. Like, no. I didn't defame you. You defamed me. What the hell you talking about? Like, all right, come on now, Candace. Let's be real. Let's not be childish about it. She definitely is calling for defamation, but Candace actually has a pretty strong case of one. Like I said, as the lawyer said, oh, she knew that she was lying. Well, obviously she don't. I mean, and two, well, you guys had all this time to set Candace straight, and the dude lied on CNN saying, oh, yeah, we did. We sent her proof, but you did it. You pretty much just used the uppity tone of, we don't got to tell you shit. So, be real with you. Candace actually does have a pretty strong case, and it might be dropped. And if it gets dropped, I mean, then what else can we say about Macron at that point? I mean, she's a man, but nobody's allowed to say it out loud.
Here are just a few of the things that she says about me that have nothing to do, by the way, with her penis. Okay. These are just hilarious points of the lawsuit. Here's one. She has promoted a range of conspiracy theories, including anti-vaccine falsehoods, long debunked anti-Semitic tropes, such as a blood libel and Holocaust distortion, going so far as to dismiss the atrocities of Joseph Mengelé's medical experiments as mere propaganda. Her content is not intended to inform, but to inflame and attract the attention through sensationalism and conspiracy theories. None of that is true. None of that is true. Unfortunately, too many people watch my podcast. They're not going to believe you. But again, you're appealing to the people that don't watch podcasts, right? You're like, oh, look, Holocaust denier. Don't even look at the series. Or Holocaust distorter. I didn't even mention Joseph Mengele and what Brigitte's referring to, but that doesn't matter.
And out of that, I'd ask you to watch the Becoming Brigitte series that Candace put out. I mean, I think it's on her. It's pretty sure it's all lined up on her channel. I would definitely give that a look before you guys get too critical of Candace.
Again, this has nothing to do with the substance of what they're coming after me for, but they're including this because they want their friends to go, oh, well, I better not listen to anything else. It says right here in the lawsuit that she's a Holocaust distorter. Yeah. It goes on in the lawsuit to state this. Owens alleged that secret Jewish gangs commit horrific things in Hollywood. You'll note here that they only put gangs in quotations and horrific things, but it was fun for them to add Jewish. And
I mean, Owens alleged that secret Jewish gangs, I mean, well, let's be honest, the Jewish mafia did find Hollywood. It's been reported all over. I mean, even books have been wrote on how a bunch of Jewish people showed up, created Hollywood, and then they became the Jewish mafia who did a whole bunch of blackmail operations on people. I mean, without the CIA, I mean, they just did it just to gain a leg up on people to have them do great movies for a crappy price. But I mean, hey, though, shout out to the Jewish mafia, right? I mean, shout out to the Italian mafia as well, because they also have their hands in Hollywood, too. But on social media, she repeated the long debunked blood libel with the myth that Jews drank the blood of Christian children. She never said that, but that did come from what was, I think, England, and why they got kicked out of England because they were drinking the blood of Christians. Allegedly, it was never confirmed true or not, but that's what they said to kick them out in the 1200s. So yeah.
And on social media, she repeated the long debunked blood libel myth that Jewish people drink the blood of Christian children. I mean, that is unbelievable. That is the most absurd lie that you could possibly put in a lawsuit. Bring it up. Wouldn't you include?
Yeah, Candace ain't never said nothing about drinking the blood of Christian children. Like she never said that. Like, and I've read up on the topic of that, but I've never heard Candace say it.
That in a lawsuit with a picture of that, I said that Jews are going around drinking the blood of Christian children. Are you out of your mind? Yes, Brigitte.
Oh yeah, the Jewish mafia hid inside the government, and then they persecuted or got the government to go after the Italian mafia. That's why we don't ever really hear about the Jewish mafia, because they was working with the Italian mafia, but they found a way to kind of work themselves into our government or intelligence, and then kind of left the Italian mafia to be, hunted down.
You are out of your effing mind. This is your strategy. You're defaming me because you don't want people to continue to watch the series. But I'm sorry, my friend, the train has left the station. There's even a section of this lawsuit, which is hilarious because they list quote unquote factual statements and they're not factual at all. I don't even know if Claire Locke knows what the definition of a fact is. This is it. Let me pull this up for you. It's literally entitled Factual Allegations, and right under, President Macron rose to the power in France, embodying a modern dynamic image of leadership that resonates with many citizens. Like that, first, that is not a factual statement. You can't just be like, factual statement.
I mean, glazing is not a factual statement. I mean, this definitely sounded like a personal opinion.
I am beautiful and powerful and dynamic, and people love me. What are we doing?
Factual statement.
What are we doing here? I think he even says more as a factual statement. Pull that up again. It says, from an early age, he demonstrated intellectual curiosity and emotional sensitivity. Homie, that is not a factual statement. Just because you label it factual statement does not make it so. Then they have this statement, which is just false. Candace has a British citizenship through her husband, George. No, I don't. I am not a British citizen. You can't just say stuff. You can't just put stuff on paper. What are you doing? What is the point of that? The next statement, it reads, French courts said Natasha Ray and Amandine Roy defamed Brigitte. Okay, well, that's called a lie by omission, because not mentioned here is the rather negating fact that the higher French courts said she didn't defame you. Okay? Again, you're trying to groom the courtrooms here. I feel like this is what Brigitte's trying. He's trying to groom our courtrooms into believing these lies. And then they introduce this as another fact. They write, quote, she, meaning me, launched her website fueled by her desire to make these specific false claims about the Macrons without adhering to content moderation policies. What? I launched CandaceOwens.com because I wanted to be able to speak about your relation. Are you crazy? I have an entire Shot in the Dark series. We have covered so many things. How can you just say that that's a fact? That's completely absurd. The entire series is available on YouTube right now. Okay? Right now. Then they write this, which is ridiculous. They said Owens supported these claims of violence and criminality with statements that the Macrons are surrounded by criminals, pedophiles, and a quote unquote extraordinary syndicate. She claimed that they purposefully hire employees who, quote, will break you down and use, quote, tactics of blackmail and coercion. Again, sampling quotations and accusing me here, I think, of telling the truth about the people that you hire, the people that are around you, and the things that they have been accused of. First and foremost, Mimi Marchand. Yeah, your PR thug. Let's just check out Mimi's Wikipedia page, since this is like coming up from Candace. I think Mimi's been in some trouble. We can scroll down here. I think it's under her, here it is, controversies. In addition to her criminal past, Marchand was accused or suspected of forging documents in several cases, including a false marriage certificate to Vincent Linden and Caroline of Monaco, and a fabricated interview. Like, that might be relevant, that this was the person that everyone had to go through to learn anything about your past. That what limited photos you provided, what were there, a total of 4 from before the time that you were 30 when you were married, all went through Mimi Marchand, who has been in trouble for producing false documents. That might be relevant. It might be relevant also. We mentioned
AKA, she's Mrs. Make It Make Sense. If it don't make sense, give it to that lady and she'll make it make sense.
Claude Levesque.
Shout out to Miss Make It Make Sense.
Yeah. Did you not handpick him as the artist? Did you not use his carpet? And then he later got charged with rape and sexual assault of minors. You were very involved in styling the office of your husband. Did I lie when I mentioned Olivier Duhamel, the person who played a significant role in Macron's campaign? Did I lie when I said that you guys worked with him on the campaign, and then he admitted to molesting his stepson?
Whoa.
When his stepdaughter came out and said that they would have these weird parties, people got molested. Where did I lie? You can't just put things in quotation marks and pretend like I was not justified in presenting the facts of the cast of characters that surround you, the many. And that's just naming a few on this episode. Go back and watch the series. You can't hide this stuff.
I mean,
and then I have to tell you guys, there's a portion where the lawsuit is just funny, right? Like, I don't even know where they're going with this. They wrote, she posted a photo on X of Owens in a t-shirt showcasing a fake Time magazine Man of the Year cover featuring Mrs. Macron. The shirt sold out. I thought that was funny. So, I did.
I'm sorry, but it's hilarious. Oh. They said, oh, they made fun of me on a shirt and it was a bestseller. Well, hey, shout out to monetization.
Stocked this shirt. We are restocking this. We're going to go ahead and sell 1,000 more. So if you want to get your Man of the Year t-shirt, you can do that right now, because what's your claim here? I sold a t-shirt, a parody.
I know I need to get me some merch soon though, but my merch is going to be hilarious. I'm just have a whole lot of political joke shirts. Why not?
And there's you, Man of the Year. Yeah, it's funny. That's fine. This is okay. I'm allowed to do that. I don't know what goes on in France, but I'm very much allowed to do that here. Parody is protected. So there we go. And I got to tell you guys, the internet is having fun with this, recognizing how absurd it is that we don't even know what your argument is. Here's just some funny reactions that I saw floating on X. This person, Brad Pierce, writes, Brigitte Macron's lawyer. My client may be a groomer pedophile who sexually abused a student, but she is not a man. The American public, you do get how that's worse, right? It's very funny. Also, Milo accurately says the Macrons just made the most spectacular PR blunder I've ever seen in my entire life, maybe the worst ever. Yeah. I agree. It's all very irresistible. And shout out to my PR person for giving the statement when I refused to give a statement. I just read this. What did Mitchell say? He said in a statement, Candace repeatedly requested an interview with Brigitte Macron. The statement said, instead of offering a comment, Brigitte is resorting to trying to bully a reporter into submission. In France, politicians can bully journalists, but this is not France, it's America. It's absolutely true. We're not going to shut up. You're not going to bully us. Frankly, I find this all to be irresistible and delicious. The lawsuit is it's what we could just go a lot of places here. The discovery alone is going to be out of this world. I
know, right?
We would be required.
I mean, a lot was said. So for Candace to provide all that proof, I mean, woo, you got a lot to answer for. And I know a lot of people in the chat, well, McCree, she doesn't have to answer to Candace. I mean, yes, she does. If you're going to sue this girl for defamation, you got to answer each and every one of those questions.
To depose President Donald Trump, getting to the bottom of that conversation. I bet there were cameras. Maybe we'd be able to maybe he was wired. I don't know. Maybe we could actually hear what you said. Sound pretty panicked. I don't know. When I got the phone call, same day, definitely had to have been urgent. Certainly wasn't an afterthought. Same day that you were here, I got the phone call. So what's going on? Which, by the way, he acknowledges that the phone call happened in this filing. My lawyer being able to sit across and ask Brigitte Macron questions about her penis. Brigitte would then be compelled. Brigitte Macron.
I mean, come on, guys. Is that 100%? Are you sure you can say that's 100% a woman to you? You can't. Are you sure? You sure you want to die on that hill?
Macron questions about her penis. Brigitte would then be compelled for the first time to answer them under oath, again for the first time, because you've just been ditching and dodging and going after people that are powerless, people that have cancer. Literally, Natasha Ray for misspeaking on one statement that she made, yeah, that's the real bullying that has taken place. And I have to tell you that you have definitively met your match. I cannot stand corruption. I cannot stand people that think they have the power to use and abuse people and then call up their rich homies in the press, right? Powerful homies in the press and say, go after this person. I don't like that. I don't like the attack dogs that you're sending around. It's very obvious because you played the game this morning. Like I said, you sent this lawsuit because you wanted to smear me, and it's not going to work. Okay. You've met your match. And in case you haven't checked what time it is, this is not the world that you grew up in. People are tired of this. Okay. You're paying attention to what's happening with Epstein, what's going on here. We are revolting against this. We're revolting against the perverts that run the world. And I want to be very clear here. I count you among them. I think you're sick. I think you're disgusting. And I am fully prepared to take on this battle on behalf of the entire world. Okay. That's what I'm going to say. On behalf of the entire world.
Okay. I mean, Candace is going on a crusade against the pedo leaders of the world. And you know what? I'm for it. I mean, keep going, sis. Keep it going. But now let's go ahead and get into the next video here. Shout out PBD. He said this video is what? The Epstein files. Everything you need to know. I mean, what? You thought we weren't going to cover the Epstein files, guys? Come on now. Come on. You knew we were going to cover this. All right, guys, let's get right into this.
We are being told by the White House that Epstein didn't have a client list, wasn't tied to any kind of intelligence, no human trafficking. And a lot of people are sitting there saying, what are you talking about? It's been trending not for one day, now about a week and a half, and they keep pushing it back. So I said, listen, let's do a little bit of due diligence and just kind of do a Epstein file like we did a Diddy file. Here's what we find out. Do you know Epstein owned an 8,000-acre property in New Mexico? Do you know what he actually did in that property? Nobody talks about that.
Multiple women said that they went to his New Mexico property and was sold to other men. Yeah, I know about that.
Very weird. Do you know what Epstein did with his money 2 days before he died? Do you know what he did with his nearly $600 million in assets? Do you know the private residence that they say he owned, the most expensive private residence in Manhattan? Nearly $100 million. Do you know how he got it? Do you know how he got the property? Do you know about it? A lot of weird things. And a lot of people have been saying things about this guy for a long time. We're going to talk about it today. If you give value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. So watch this. There seems to be a pattern that this guy Epstein was untouchable. Remember back in the days, the mob movie, The Untouchables? It sounds like this guy was untouchable. Why was he untouchable? Why did a lot of people say he can't touch him? Here's Alex Acosta. He was a U.S. attorney who proved the deal, reportedly told Epstein's transition team the following. I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and leave it alone. Don't bother this topic. This is a July 2019 article from the Daily Beast. Then you have Cindy McCain, John McCain's wife. January 2020, she said at a conference, Epstein was hiding in plain sight. We all knew about him. We all knew what he was doing, but we had no legal aspect that would go after him. They were afraid of him for whatever reason. They were afraid of him. That's her. Julie K. Brunt, investigative reporter for Miami Herald. There were all these powerful people who knew, and they looked the other way. Here's another one for you. Vicky Ward, journalist who profiled Epstein for the Vanity Fair. My editors removed damning quotes from young women who were victimized by Epstein. Everyone knew he was dangerous. Why? Why are they so afraid of this guy? Why can't they talk about it?
And that is the backstory behind Epstein. The fact that, bro, it was more than just Alexander Acosta that was Florida AG at the time. It was more than just him that was low-key just afraid to say anything or to do anything to Epstein. There were people afraid to write stories about Epstein. Women coming to these people talking about the horrors that this man done did to them. And they're like, I mean, look, man, it's Epstein. So, yeah, I can't talk about that.
This guy. Anyways, so this guy dies. When he does, net worth roughly $600 million. $77 million was a Manhattan mansion that we're talking about, the most expensive private residence in Manhattan.
Damn.
$63 million was the island, the Little St. James. 18 to 25 million was a Zorro Ranch when we talk about 8,000 acres in New Mexico.
Goddamn.
12 to 15 million Palm Beach Estate. Paris apartment, 8 to 10 million. Aircraft, roughly 10 million with the helicopter. Art, cash, jewelry investments, $300 million. Aircraft.
I'm sorry, but like, yeah, hold on. Where did he get all this money? That's a lot he throwing around right now.
roughly 10 million with the helicopter. Art, cash, jewelry investments.
Oh yeah, the what was it? This is George Bush with the Jenga towers, pretty much like a prelude to saying that George Bush knew about 9/11 or that they planned 9/11, or there's a lot of people who say that Israel has like crazy connections to 9/11. And then there, Bill Clinton in the blue dress, pretty much saying that Epstein or maybe the intelligence kind of knew about the whole Monica Lewinsky scandal. And this picture here of some woman, in the leaves, I think that's I don't even want to know. I don't want to get into that one.
$300 million. This guy was 577. How the hell did you make that kind of money? What did he do? So if you go look at his background and his past, you'll notice this guy was born in Brooklyn in 1953 to working class Jewish parents. Father worked at New York City Parks. Epstein attended Lafayette High School, skipped 2 grades, and then attended Cooper Union and then NYU, but never graduated from NYU. At 14, he attended the elite Interlochen Center for the Arts on a music scholarship. Epstein later on used this affiliation to recruit girls into his trafficking ring, allegedly, that you read about, and even built his own lodge there. Then in 1974, he began teaching math and physics at Dalton, an elite Manhattan prep school.
Yeah, so everybody think that Epstein just started operations in the early 2000s. No, I think Epstein was moving in the 90s, the 80s, like For a while, Epstein been moving around doing his thing.
He was hired by Donald Barr, who is Bill Barr's father. By the way, Bill Barr's father wrote something very interesting. He wrote a book called Space Relations, a scientific fiction novel in 1973 set in a future where humans have formed an intergalactic empire ruled by aristocrats, where they ruled over and engaged in coercive acts with enslaved individuals, including teenagers, in a breeding clinic. Little weird. What book did your dad write? My dad wrote this book about, you know what I'm saying? A book about, enslaving individuals and engaging in coercive acts, including teenagers in a breeding clinic. Oh, okay, normal dad. Everybody's dad writes stuff like that. I mean, my dad wrote a book like that. You understand what I'm saying? That's a little weird when you go to, but what is Bill Barr?
Yeah, writing a sci-fi fiction about intergalactic oligarchies, this, trafficking teenage girls is crazy. And that came off the dome. That came off that man's dome. He sat there with a blank piece of paper and wrote that story down off the dome, off the imagination. Like, yeah, I don't want to be around a guy who can think of stuff like that.
Or have to do with us. We'll come back to this. So now later on, he goes to Bear Stearns, starts working there, enters into the financial network 76 to 81. So at the time, starts working with Alan Greenberg at Bear Stearns, becomes a partner in 1980 due to his skill in tax law. Then insider training and mysterious exit. In 1981, he all of a sudden resigns. Suspicious circumstances during an SEC investigation into insider training linked to Seagram attempt takeover of St. Joe Minerals, an operation involving the Bronfman family. He was never charged, but was interviewed by the SEC, which was skeptical of his denials. Then, according to Stephen Hoffenberg and other sources, Epstein worked closely with British arms dealers at Sir Douglas Lease and Saudi arms trafficker Adnan Khashoggi. This operation tied to Iran-Contra era funneled Chinese Norco weapons to Iran. Epstein allegedly learned money laundering and armed trading during.
That's kind of one of the reasons why Iran kind of had that revolution, is because we were forcing weapons on them at the, honestly, at the economic risk of their own people. And the ruler at the time just did not give a damn. He was buying weapons up from Nixon, and the people did not like it, so they overthrew him, because they didn't feel like he had his own mind, or they felt like they were being controlled by America, which they were.
This period working with Stephen Hoffenberg. Then after that, the Mossad links. Epstein was introduced to Israeli intelligence circles by Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father. According to ex-Mossad operative Ari Ben Menashe, he was approved by higher-ups in Israeli military intelligence and began participating in Israeli arms deals. So this next one, a very interesting mentor here, that even when I interviewed his brother, Mark Epstein brought this name up, Stephen Hoffenberg, the Hoffenberg era in the financial front from 87 to 93. Epstein partnered with Hoffenberg in a massive Ponzi scheme via Tower Financial. Though Hoffenberg went to prison, Epstein escaped prosecution. Hoffenberg later claimed that Epstein was the mastermind and the key figure in laundering those stolen funds. Nothing happened to him. Fast forward. Now he gets linked up with this guy named Wexner. Remember how earlier I talked to you about how did he end up getting the most?
Lex Wessler, billionaire in Ohio, lives about 20 minutes away from me in New Albany, Ohio. And he owns Bath and Body Works, Victoria's Secret, really L brand in general. So, yeah.
expensive private residence in Manhattan. You're about to find out how this happens. So he goes and starts working with Wexner. He becomes his protege. Epstein gained enormous influence as financial manager for Leslie Wexner, billionaire founder of L Brands, which Victoria's Secret's one of them. Epstein helped Wexner acquire manage real estate projects with links to shadowy entities. Wexner, allegedly, this billionaire, ends up firing his entire financial team and handed Epstein enormous power over his fortune. You know what kind of power? Power of attorney?
Yep.
What?
So yes, this billionaire, multi-billionaire who like owns L Brand gave power of attorney, yes, power of authority basically over his entire estate or his wealth. And Epstein, well, he could do whatever he want. Pretty much he had the backing of a billionaire to do whatever he want, buy whatever he want, and to be around all the models that he wanted, because we're talking about the guy who owns Victoria's Secret. Therefore, he can get Epstein around these models to be later, well, preyed upon and trafficked.
To who? To Epstein? Yeah. So power of attorney means he can make decision on this billionaire's behalf? Yes. Why? I don't know.
Because he can.
It's kind of weird. And then what did Wexner do at the end? Well, Wexner ended up giving the most expensive private residence to him as a gift? Yeah. Gift? Yeah. A $77 million gift? Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? Was this a son? That's a son, right? No relation. Blood? No. Why would he do that? He was questioned later and he said it was an economic arrangement. A 21,000 square foot penthouse is an economic arrangement? Yes. And what did he put on the balance sheet that he paid him? Zero. It's a gift. Then you got a couple other things comes up. Mar-a-Lago, he's there. One of the workers there, Virginia Giuffre, who was recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell, who's a Mar-a-Lago spa attendant. And then there's connections there. And then later on, when Trump finds out what happens with Epstein, Virginia Giuffre goes with them. Later on, when Trump finds out what happened with Epstein, October of 2007, he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago, can't come back. So that's that relationship that's taking place. So then we have Bill Clinton. And when it comes down to Bill Clinton on flight logs, he flew with Epstein 26 times. 17 times Epstein visited the White House. Multiple times he went with Epstein to his private residence and to his island. On many occasions, Secret Service wasn't with him. Little weird when you're having that kind of connections. Epstein was reportedly involved in raising funds for the Clinton Foundation, and their financier ties may have included shared donors like Lex Wexner. And then you got Prince Andrew. We've seen the pictures all over the place with a young Virginia Giuffre that's over there. And, you know, when he was going through what he was going through, the British intelligence played a role in protecting the royal family from full scandal. His connections to the elite power players made him a liability, but also useful leverage for intelligence operations tied to Epstein's blackmail ring. Then this continues with more names. Gates, wife, gets a divorce from him and says, I don't like the fact that it was too close to Epstein. And when they're asking Gates like, yeah, she was probably right. I shouldn't have spent time. But he spent time with him after the 2008 conviction, despite...
Yep, after the 2008 conviction, despite the crimes were basically pedophilia or, minors and stuff. And he kept going with them. Actually, Epstein even got Bill Gates to donate on his behalf to NGOs, charities that later led on to some pretty dark things, or that were used to do some pretty dark things. All on Bill Gates' money. So it did seem that Epstein had a way of just getting billionaires to do what he wanted.
Claiming otherwise, meetings were documented on 2011 and 2013, often in Epstein's Manhattan mansion. What do you do after? At least if it's you're going even after. Like, you can't even
Ireland.
Going afterwards saying, I'm going to meet with Epstein. Wife leaves him publicly. She says, I didn't feel comfortable with the relationship. It's a little bit too public. And these stories can continue going with the way it's used with other people. You've heard names with MBS and others. There's been pictures with Musk and Ghislaine. But again, Musk could be simply at a party that's hanging out with other billionaires that they're there. Musk himself called the idea absurd and radioactive, stating Epstein never advised me on anything, because Epstein apparently, described himself as an advisor during an intense period that they're negotiating certain things. Elon didn't like that. Leon Black, this one's a little bit weird with Epstein, co-founder of Apollo Global, later became a top executive at BlackRock after 2006. In 2019, Senator Ron Wyden released a letter detailing Black's financial relationship with Epstein. Ready for this one? Remember how that one guy, Lex Wexner, gave him a $77 million most expensive private residence in Manhattan. Look at this one here. Leon Black paid Epstein $158 million between 2012 and 2017 for consulting services,
Bro.
and paid an additional $20 million explicitly for a trust transaction that saved him $600 million in future tax liabilities. Maybe it's right. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's what he did. Little weird to pay 158 over a 5-year period. And then this continues, different visits. Former Prime Minister and Defense Minister of Israel between 2013 and 2017, frequent visits. Again, Barack visited Epstein's home in New York about 30 times between 2013 and 2017.
Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel.
30 times. Maybe they're talking intel, maybe they're talking investments, maybe they're talking taxes. Maybe they're talking the most recent trade Yankees he's not happy about. I don't know. Maybe they're talking why the Knicks haven't won a championship since '72. Could be a lot of different things they're talking about. In one notable trip in 2014, Barack flew with Epstein from Palm Beach to Tampa on Epstein's private island. What are they doing? They're talking business speculation. I have no clue. Little weird, that many visits. Somebody may say, well, he's Jewish. So once you become wealthy, I mean, you're eventually going to be tied to whatever national. Okay, I'm Armenian. I'm tied to a lot of, I'm Assyrian. Yes, that does kind of make sense. At this level, who knows? Maybe it is. It's a little weird. It's a little suspect. You have to put it out there. Here's a former Israeli intelligence officer, Ari Ben Menashe, has made several striking claims about Epstein's role as intelligence asset, primarily for Israel's Mossad. Here's a small little assessment that he made. His assertions. You ready? Number one, Epstein and Maxwell were part of Mossad-run operations. He told investigative journalist Zev Shalev that he was introduced to Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell in the mid-'80s by Robert Maxwell, a figure that had deep ties to Israeli intelligence. According to Ben, Epstein and Maxwell were already working with Israeli intelligence at the time, and that's in the mid-'80s. Then honey trap operations come from our collection. He described Epstein's sex trafficking enterprise as deliberate honey trap operation offering sexual encounters and underage girls to powerful individuals as a means to gather compromising material, allegedly using to blackmail them on behalf of Mossad.
Man.
And in part of Maxwell's circle and Iran.
Basically, Epstein would toss some young lady underage, tell them that they was of age, and catch them on camera, and then let them walk out the bathroom or room, and he hits them with the man, hey yo, bro, that girl was 13 and you didn't even know it.
Contra connections. Ben also claimed that network included Maxwell, Daily Mirror editor Nick Davies, and himself, including that Epstein and Maxwell were integrated into continuing Mossad link operations stemming from Iran-Contra arms and espionage dealings. This guy's an intelligence officer. I just recently had a guy, John Chirac, on the podcast. He was the first CIA officer to come out and speak against the president for waterboarding, went to jail for 23 months. This CIA officer, whistleblower.
Real one. That's a real one.
So do you trust him? It's up to you. This is coming from a guy that's on the inside, like giving stuff like this. Now, the pushback denials. Naftali Bennett, former Israeli prime minister, has categorically denied these claims. He stated with 100% certainty that Epstein never worked for Mossad and that the speculation to the contrary is categorically and totally false. Do you believe him? Maybe. I had the former Mossad director of Mossad interview I did 5 years ago, but he was a Mossad director of Mossad from the 80s. I couldn't get nothing out of him when I spoke to him. It was very interesting how he interviewed. You're either going to sit here and say, you know what, I believe it, or I don't. Great, it's your position. This other part, you have to almost put in here, if you're making the argument, you make a decision for yourself. Guy named Michael Baden, sketchy doctor, a lot of people say, but some people also give him credibility. He's the only guy.
Well, I'm gonna be real with you. If a CIA agent is trying to sell me a narrative, I'm more than likely not going to believe it. If it's coming directly from a CIA narrative and they're trying to, CIA agent, and they're directly trying to sell me on a narrative, I'm going to be like, I'm sorry, bro. I can't believe that. Sorry, I'm a bit distrustful of, intelligence agencies. I'm a little too distrustful. Sorry. Call me cautious.
That did the autopsy on JFK,
whatever.
Martin Luther King, O.J. Simpson, on what happened with Nicole, Phil Spector, Jeffrey Epstein, and George Floyd. Okay, here's what he said. JFK assassination, concluded JFK was shot from behind, supporting single shooter theory. Okay, MLK upheld that James Earl Ray was likely the lone shooter. All right, O.J. Simpson suggested murders occurred later than prosecution claimed.
I think his son did it. I think O.J. Simpson's son murdered that lady. He was there on the scene too. He's the one who had the mental problems, who had an attachment to her. But that's a whole different live, guys. Whole nother live.
Questioning wound patterns. All right. Phil Spector argued the victim may have committed suicide. Theory rejected by jury. Jeffrey Epstein disputed official suicide ruling, said injuries consistent with homicidal strangulation. Homicidal strangulation? Yes.
Yeah, like the one of the CIA kind, where the CIA agent pops from the back of your car and hits you with that wire, like, huh, and then you're done.
George Floyd concluded death was due to asphyxia from sustained neck and back compression. What Derek Chauvin had his knee on his neck, that's what they're talking about. Now, here's a kicker before I say anything. Watch this. Jeffrey Epstein, the conclusion he came up with saying it's homicide, not suicide, he was hired by Epstein's brother to observe the autopsy. George Floyd, when he said it was on Chauvin, not anything else, that's after this Michael Baden guy was hired by Floyd's family for independent autopsy. And if I go back and look at O.J. Simpson, that was after he was hired by defense expert witness. Same with Phil. For JFK, hired by the HSCA forensic panel. So it seems like whoever hires him, he favors the autopsy towards them. I'm putting that out there, and I'm trying to find out what's going on with Epstein. I don't know if this Michael Baden guy gives me a lot of credibility. And then we got to do the timeline to see what happens here. July 23rd, 2019, Epstein found injured and semi-conscious in his cell with marks on his neck. Okay. Officials weren't sure if it was suicide attempt or assault. He was placed on suicide watch at the Metropolitan Correction Facility in New York. 6 days later, Epstein's removed from suicide watch. He's transferred to psychological observation, a less stringent status. The decision was made despite his prior injury and the high-profile nature of the case. Little weird. July 30th through August 8th. This is for the next week. Epstein is moved to Special Housing Unit, SHU. He is assigned a cellmate, Nicholas Tartagliano, a former cop facing quadruple homicide charge.
That boy looked a little too swole. God damn. All right, they said this guy was built, but this man is prison built.
Just a little weird. Tartagliano was the same cellmate when Epstein was found injured on July 23rd. All right, now we go to August 9th. Friday afternoon, Tartagliano was transferred out of Epstein's cell, reportedly at Epstein's request. This left Epstein alone in his cell, which violated MCC protocol for high-risk inmates. At this point, he was no longer under suicide watch or close monitoring. Suspect. Day later, August 10th, Epstein is found dead at 6:30 in the morning. He had apparently hanged himself with a bedsheet from the top bunk. No guard had checked on him for 8 hours. Surveillance cameras malfunctioned, and the 2 guards on duty fell asleep and falsified logs. And the government, Pam Bondi, releases the video, and there's a 1-minute break. It was like, wait a minute, we know somebody edited and messed with this at the 1-minute break. And then she tried to explain it to say, well, that's just typical what they've been doing for the last, decade plus. They typically have a minute before midnight that they do this with. A minute before midnight. He was dead at 6:30 in the morning. It's kind of weird what's going on there. And she said, well, we didn't find anything. The only thing we found is a lot of child porn, which we will never release to the public. That's what people are asking. This is kind of weird. Everybody told us there was something. All of a sudden, there's nothing. Now, watch this. And by the way, while I'm shooting this video, it's so crazy. And I'm going to show you updated right now while I'm shooting this video. Now we're getting an article from.
Now, here's the thing, though. It was just a whole bunch of child pornography that you pulled from what? His hard drive, surveillance cameras. So what about surveillance cameras? Why was this man recording almost every inch of his property and had hidden cameras? Like, I know they got those. You're telling me even on, y'all see, do y'all really, I don't think the government hears or the Trump administration hears how stupid they sound right now. You're telling me all that surveillance gear, laptop information, all that just had child pornography, which basically means that he was filming what, naked children in his complexes or in his houses. Like, isn't that kind of crazy? And who was in his houses at the time these naked children were being filmed also needs to be investigated. Come on now, what's going on here?
Wired, according to Wired, it wasn't just 1 minute that was cut. Further analysis shows that one of the source clips was approximately 2 minutes and 53 seconds longer than a segment, including the final video, indicating that the footage appears to have been trimmed before release, and the amount of time is 3 minutes, not 1 minute that was cut. So give me a break. What can he do in the 3 minutes? A lot of stuff. By the way, 2 days before he killed himself, allegedly, committed suicide. You know what he did 2 days before he killed himself? Epstein's estate transferred $577 million into a trust he created 2 days before his death. And it was called the 1953 Trust. Why 1953? That's the year he was born. A little weird.
Okay.
2 days before, kind of weird. Either you are like fully prepared or it's a little weird. Remember how earlier we were talking about Bill Barr connection with the dad and all this other kind of little weird, Bill Barr, New York Times called him the ultimate cover-up general. New York Times called him that in 1992 when they were going through a complete different thing. Imagine Bill Barr's being called the cover-up general 33 years ago by New York Times. Damn! That kind of a reputation for this long. Bill Barr's role as Attorney General during Epstein is extremely significant. Why? Because some are calling this the ultimate potential intelligence cover-up. His background, past behavior in the context of Epstein's death led to many describing Barr as a CIA fixer or the guardian of the deep state. Again, allegedly, we're not saying this is the case. That's what people say, but New York Times, if you had someone called you New York Times in 1992 and something happens, fast forward 2019, that's a long time to have that kind of a reputation. He started in the CIA in the 70s while still in law school. Throughout his career, maintained close ties to the intelligence and national security circles. George Bush, CIA director turned president. Barr was the AG during the final years of Bush 41 administration. That's how long he goes back. He pardoned key Iran-Contra figures, effectively shutting down deeper investigations into covert arms and drug operations. And Epstein was arrested in July 2019 and died just 1 month later. Barr returned as Attorney General February of 2019, 5 months before that. Little weird. You can say whatever you want to say about this thing here. It's also another thing we need to put into evidence as we're doing the Epstein files. And by the way, that money that, the 2 days before he died, he moved the $577 million into the 1953 trust. That $577 million moved all the way down to $40 million. Just recently, January of 2025, the estate received another $112 million in a tax refund. Now the money is back up to $145 million. Used to be at $40 million. Little weird that the money is still moving around. And a couple names in this case you got to be looking at: attorney and accountant Darren Indike and Richard Kahn. And in the back end, as a backup, is a guy named Boris Nikolic. Boris Nikolic's background, what he does is another complete weird connection that you got here. Anyways, just a lot of
So basically, he stated a fund to either one, pay off the victims. Because remember, Chase was also moving funds for Jeffrey Epstein to pay off, some of his victims and accusers. And then now we got this right here of money moving around to lawyers and other guys within his circle.
stuff here on why the money is moving the way that it is. Now, let's look at what they found on their properties. In the New York one, they found some 170 cameras, hidden cameras everywhere, a fake Austrian passport. The Palm Beach property, there was hundreds of nude or suggestive photos, which, okay, somebody could say this guy has a fetish. He likes nude pictures. And then the one in Paris, one of the expensive ones, dozens of photographs on underage girls, electronic media, including CDs and hard drives that was found later on in New York. And then a contact list of high-profile European names. Okay, maybe he's connected there. But the place in New Mexico, kind of weird. Zorro Ranch in Stanley, New Mexico, 8,000 acres. You know what they found in this place? Obviously, cabin-style guest lodge in the desert, speculated to be used to isolating guests or girls, airstrip and helipad allowing discreet air travel.
What?
Watch this one. There was allegedly a secret underground structure or bunker. He used the ranch for eugenics and genetic experiments, including interest in transhumanism and seeding the human race with Epstein's DNA, reported by New York Times. What? Seeding the human race with Epstein's DNA, reported by New York Times.
Ah, yes, I did hear about some wild thing that this man Epstein won. He wanted to, he was obsessed with himself. He wanted to, he even planned out some girls, some of his victims to have kids with. He wanted to have hella kids, and he wanted to also, allegedly he wanted to freeze his penis for future generations. I know, crazy.
He had attempted
to. He was that much of a narcissist. I'll tell you that. I mean, hey, you gotta be a real narcissist to feel you gotta freeze your penis for future generations of women. Like, wild.
To ingratiate himself with Los Alamos National Laboratory scientists and transhumanist researchers, possibly leveraging the ranch as a hub for influence or experimentation. Anyways, look, when you look at this, it's definitely a weird character. For you to come out and say there was no client list, there was nothing going on, There's a reason why the number of searches on him, according to CNN, is up 1,200%. One day was a number one trending topic on Twitter. Number two had 110,000 searches. Number one was 2 million, and it was the Epstein. People are interested and they're curious. This was not part of Trump's 47 plan, the promises he made when he ran for office. It was not on any of the 20 promises that he made. Not one of them had to do with this, but it was something that other people, Cash, Bongino, Bondi, other people kept talking about. Oh my God, you should see what is in.
Now hold on. I'm going to be petty, but didn't Trump run on transparency though? So even if he didn't say specifically Epstein, he ran on transparency. So that means anything that the government is trying to cover up or doesn't want us to know, he should be transparent about because he ran on transparency. So let's be real. We don't got to ask for a specific thing to be transparent about. We ask for transparency across the board.
Here, everybody became so interested. Of course, they're going to want to follow it. By the way, when names come up, oh my God, it's because Trump may be tied. You don't think Biden and Obama would have used it against him? If he had any ties, you don't think Biden and Obama would have just used this to say, hey, you better step out and not run for office, or else we're going to release this to everybody? They could have done that. How come they didn't do that? Why didn't they do that? If you had that? And why did Trump play so aggressive? As if nothing was going on. It's kind of weird, right? But we've seen pictures with him and Epstein and all this other stuff, and Musk with Epstein, Bezos with Epstein. When you start making money and you're succeeding, you're in a lot of weird parties that you go to. Not weird as in Diddy parties that you don't know who's there. Oh, hey, meet John, this guy's a billionaire. Oh, hey, meet Bob, he's the king of this. Oh, that's how people talk to one another. I remember I had Mike Tyson one time on a podcast, and him and I are talking, and in the podcast, he tells a story about a guy that one time he's taking pictures in, I don't know where he's at, New York or somewhere. He's taking pictures with all these guys. A few days later, the FBI and the SWAT and everybody starts coming to him, police, hey, to the gym. Mike, what's up? You took a picture with this guy? Yeah, I did. How do you know this guy? I don't know this guy. I just took a picture. But how do you know? I had no clue who the hell this guy. I'm just taking pictures with a bunch of different fans. Do you know this guy just killed 8 people and wounded 19 people? What did you say? Yes, this guy is Dale Hausner. That's who it is, yeah. Let's take a picture. Let's take a picture. Let's take a picture. So take everything that you have and throw 99% of it out. But all you need is 1%. And to me, that 1% is plenty that I want to know what happened with this guy. That 1%. Too many weird things that are linked to this guy that I want to know. That's me. I'm curious. Maybe you are as well. By the way, if you have any sources, if you know anything about Epstein, if you were ever connected with it, connect me here. I'm curious. I actually want to know. If you want to be discreet and private so nobody will know, send me a connect here. I want to know if you know anything that's going on with Epstein that maybe the public is not talking about, good or bad. Give me all of it. I'm interested. Connect me here. I will respond back to 100% of the messages. If you got value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. And on top of that, if you've never seen Diddy Files, click here to watch the Diddy Files. We got millions of views. A lot of people were curious.
I mean, yeah, it was actually pretty good coverage on on what was going on with the Diddy case and how they completely, completely bombed it. Like, let's be real. There was witnesses or people they were supposed to bring in that was powerful people, but they did not want to bring that in. So that's how I know even the Diddy case, that was a cover up and people don't even know it. Yes, they pretty much covered up the blackmail operation going on in the music industry in Hollywood. And I mean, we didn't even know it. But, well, I did once I found out who they were bringing in. I'm just like, well, what does this have to do with the fact that this man was recording people without their permission and then getting them to do whatever they wanted? I mean, and the fact that this man had control over the LA police. But, I mean, that wasn't as important as, him sitting in the corner beating off to his wife, having sex with escorts. I mean, it just wasn't as important, guys. And it wasn't as, I guess, funny as a story. But all right, now let's get into this little interview of Laura Loomer that I said I was going to play probably tomorrow, the full interview tomorrow. But let's get into the first part of it.
Who knows all the stories, and the Laura Loomer who knows all the stories in the White House. We don't know how, but somehow, some way, you get the stories.
Get the scoop.
So how is that? How is it that you got people fired at the White House? You see videos with you walking up, president hugs you. And the next thing you know, Mike Waltz, a bunch of guys getting fired. How do you get all this kind of intel?
Well, look, I've been doing what I do as an investigative journalist for the last 12 years. And
oh, yeah. Shout out Laura Loomer. I mean, one of Trump's most trusted journalists. She's an investigative journalist. She does good work. She's extremely pro-Israel. So if anything, that probably the only thing that offends you. But honestly, I mean, hey, she's actually pretty good at what she do. I'll be honest.
Working.
I may
and
disagree with her geopolitical wise, but I mean, policies wise, hey, she cooking. She be cooking.
grassroots political activism, running for political office myself twice in the state of Florida, and also just being a day one Trump supporter, really, since he went down those golden escalators at Trump Tower. You meet a lot of people, right? And just like you're a great networker, I also have spent a lot of time throughout my life networking and developing sources and nurturing relationships with sources. And it's really wild, right? Where my life has taken me. I honestly didn't think that I was ever going to be able to make a comeback after being completely canceled everywhere for years, being really the canary in the coal mine for cancel culture, shut down on all these platforms. But it's been a whole new lease on life since Elon Musk gave me back my X account in 2022.
Everybody else gave it back as well, meaning Facebook, Instagram, Uber, Lyft. You're back with everybody?
No, not everybody, just Elon.
Yep.
Wait, you're not back on Facebook?
No.
Only X?
Yeah, only X.
And have you tried to go to these guys to find out why they're not giving it back to you or no?
Yeah, I've had conversations with their consultants, and they hired a bunch of GOP consultants. Facebook did after Zuckerberg had his makeover, and now he's a cool guy, right? All of a sudden he's MAGA. He took the tampons out of the boys' bathrooms at Meta, so he thinks that all of a sudden we're going to forgive him for years of censorship and election interference. But no, they never gave me back my account. And when they said that they were going to lift all the censorship, I wanted to test it. So I went and I created an Instagram account just to kind of test the boundaries. But, and I've gotten a few thousand followers since I created this new account 2 months ago. It was really just a test to see if they were really serious about not censoring people anymore. But I wish I had my old account back. I had a massive account.
So is this account still on? Like they're not bothering you with this new account?
I don't really post on it much. I just
Okay.
use it for research when I'm investigating people and looking into people and breaking stories, but so far so good.
So the idea of getting people to trust you with intel, okay, that's a skill set. Now, I think you worked with Project Veritas and you worked with InfoWars.
I worked for Project Veritas. So I went to college in Miami, Florida, and ended up, they actually paid me to quit my job. So I was working for a Fox News affiliate called Channel 7 News in Miami, Florida when I was in college. So I went to school full time and I also worked full time. So I was taking 21 credits a week and also working 40 hours a week at the news station. And
what year is this? This is 15?
This was in 2014.
Okay, 14.
And then ultimately, when I was studying broadcast journalism and political science, I was the president of the College Republicans at Barry University in Miami. And I did this expose on my university, and I ended up getting invited to a political conference in Palm Beach. And that's where I met James O'Keefe. And we stayed in touch. And ultimately, he asked me if I could hop on a plane and get to New York the very next day because he wanted me to come in for an.
I mean, looking at her, she is attractive enough to be one of those Project Veritas women. Project Veritas is James O'Keefe pretty much like, well, them interviews I'll be showing you with, top Google officials or pharmaceutical officials where they admit to mishandling the vaccine, or what was it? The Pam Bondi video that I showed you where she pretty much admitted to thousands of hours of child pornography to some lady in the diner. Yeah, that's James O'Keefe, Project Veritas. I mean, shout out to them. I mean, thank you guys. Hey, y'all doing God's work out there.
Interview. And obviously I canceled all my classes the next day and immediately hopped on a plane and flew to New York. And I didn't even own a winter jacket. So here I am freezing my ass off.
How big was he in 14?
And she was canceled because really for supporting Trump. And it was, well, I'm going to say this. Before I got into the game, election fraud and the vaccines were two no-nos. Like if you were speaking on election fraud, you could get your channel taken away for that. Like they was giving you a strike. They was taking down the video. And if you kept doing it or mention it in the slightest form, they take your channel away and ban you off YouTube and Facebook and Instagram. And really anything under Meta, you was getting your ass kicked off for pretty much doubting the election and the vaccine in any way, shape, or form. Your ass was grass if you was doubting that.
Was he known already?
He was known. Like the Acorn expose had already happened. The Planned Parenthood exposés had already happened. But Project Veritas definitely was not a household name. I mean, just looking around the size of this studio, it's probably the size of this, honestly, just the size of this room. It was a tiny little office. Yeah, it was a tiny little office and everybody crammed in, and there really wasn't even enough room for everybody to be in the office. So it wasn't until after the presidential election that they really blew up. And so I quit my job at the Fox affiliate and then started working undercover for him while I was a senior.
Yep.
And ultimately I ended up getting kicked out of college.
And yeah, it has to be. I'm telling you, it must be pretty attractive women that they're finding for Project Veritas, because these dudes be literally spilling everything. And it's kind of something that I think it was what Andrew Tate who said it. Like, bro, guys, when they come to women, they just say it. They just say it all. Like, bro, they could be like, except unless they're CIA. Those are like the only guys that I know that are trained enough not to just spew their life out to a pretty woman. But if not, I mean, these CEOs, pharmaceutical CEOs, Google CEOs, and all that crazy stuff, or what was it? Guys who were researching the vaccine. They would get these guys with these women, and they would just tell their whole life story, tell their whole work, tell all the grimy secrets about what's going on in their corporation to some random chick on a date. I'm just like, man, you guys must be lonely if you got to sit there and air out all your company business to a girl. You're not, I mean, think about it. You must not be that interesting of a person if you got to sit there and just air out all your company's dirty laundry. And then you're wondering why you're on Project Veritas in 2 weeks.
My senior year, a month before graduation, for an expose I did on my university. And then I ended up packing all my stuff in my Jeep at the time and driving to New York. And then I immediately started working undercover in the Hillary Clinton campaign, exposing her on hidden camera. And so for 3.5 years, that's what I did. I worked for Project Veritas. I was their lead embed undercover journalist, exposing Hillary across various states.
Give me some examples on how you did it.
So you have to have an alias. So I had to have different identities, fake IDs. You're not allowed to fill out actual FEC documentation with a fake ID, but in terms of just going into the office and interviewing and, getting a volunteer position working with the Hillary Clinton campaign, I had at least 5 different names, right? Different aliases.
That's what you did. You were a volunteer on the inside.
So I went
double agent.
And the way it would work is I would say, oh, I want to volunteer. And you'd sign up. And then you would just be super aggressive, right? To the point where you're a super volunteer, to the point where they start to offer you positions. And that's how I became so embedded, is they thought, wow, this volunteer, they didn't know I was undercover, is so dedicated. So then they tried to make me a field operative for Hillary Clinton. And I got invited to, private events with John Podesta and Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and Huma Abedin, to the point where I was in the same room with some of these officials at the same time and was able to get, hidden audio and recording of Huma Abedin talking to me at the time about how they were actually going to allow for every single Syrian refugee to come into the United States. And if you recall, this is at the time when ISIS was on their rampage and Obama had called them the JV team. And, you had these Syrian refugees, migrants in the United States committing what Obama called workplace violence, right? And so this was one of the top 3 issues, was who was going to crack down on the Syrian invasion into our country. And I was able to get a hidden audio recording of Huma Abedin when I spoke with her at a private Hillary Clinton fundraiser. And it was actually mentioned by President Trump at the debate between himself and Hillary Clinton. So it exposed her as a liar about her immigration policy. We exposed them saying things like beg for forgiveness.
That's crazy. So Obama wanted them out and he wanted to crack down on it, but Hillary Clinton and her little coalition there wanted them to come in. That's crazy. So it kind of sounds like Obama was damn near the last of the sensible Dems. And after that, we get these radical pro-immigration liberals.
Instead of asking for permission when registering illegal aliens to vote.
Illegal immigration, pro-illegal immigration liberals and legal immigration. Because let's be real. I think these guys are pro-illegal immigration, to be quite honest with you, more than legal, because they don't care about all the legal immigrants or the ones who are trying to be legal ones that are backed up in the line because we let all these illegals in. So you know what? I could sit there and say that Dems, y'all care more about illegal immigration than legal.
We caught a lot of things on camera. I got one of the election supervisors in Manhattan on camera admitting that the Democrats bus people in Chinese and Islamic and Hispanic neighborhoods so that they can commit voter fraud. And a lot of this stuff was, front page news. It dominated the news
What
cycle.
kind of background check did they do on you? What kind of, are they doing any vetting, references?
They didn't do
anything?
any vetting. They didn't. It was shocking.
This is a presidential campaign. They're not-
presidential campaign.
F it.
No vetting. I mean, if they did vetting, then we would have never been able to get that close to Hillary Clinton
Wow.
with a hidden camera.
Well,
yeah.
and were you ever in the same room with Hillary or no?
Oh yeah.
What
Multiple
was she
times.
like?
I mean, just very fake, right? Just kind of cold, fake. I was in the room with her advisors and her staff for the most part, right? With Huma Abedin, and I was in a room with John Podesta once. I mean, Hillary's just very cold, even to her own staff. She's not very friendly.
Damn.
You know, those people that kind of smile and, oh, hi, how's it going? And then they just hate it. And they're like, oh, get me the hell out of here. Like that.
Yeah.
Not very happy to see her supporters.
What was Bill like?
He's actually very personable. I hate to admit that because, he's such a horrible person. But he actually is charismatic. It's kind of hard not to like him if you're in the same room with him.
I mean, I'm crazy. I heard that about Bill Clinton too. It's like the man's really charismatic. He reaches around, he goes to everybody in the room, shakes your hand, asks you how your day is. You feel like he's really caring about you. I mean, hey, maybe that's the reason why he was good with the women. I mean, it is what it is, right, guys? He was a charismatic guy.
But he's a pervert. I remember this was when I had blonde hair and I was in my
Agreed,
early 20s, just starting to.
But I mean, we all knew that about Bill. And an adulteress.
Work for
Serial adulteress. I mean, the man can't stop cheating. He won't stop cheating on his wife. You know what? I damn near don't blame him. I mean, shoot, if Hillary's as cold to Bill as her employees, no wonder the man out there buck wild.
Project Veritas, because this was almost 10 years ago now. And I was a little heavier back then, right? I've lost a lot of weight since then. And I remember that I was wearing not like a low cut shirt, but it was like a V-neck. And, when you lose weight, you lose your boobs, right? And I remember I was like a little bit more, full in the chest. And the photo that I have of me and Bill Clinton, it's kind of funny because his eyes are actually like looking at my chest. So just typical.
He's
Bill
very
Clinton.
focused. He's a very focused
He's
guy.
very
When
focused.
he sees things he wants,
Right.
his eyes go
So
straight to
it's
it.
a funny photo. I have it filmed in my studio, but
Is that online or no? Is there a picture of
it should be. I mean, it may, I don't know, because a lot of the stuff was on my social media before I got canceled everywhere, but it might be. I think there was like a Daily Mail article that did a story on me when I was running for Congress a couple years ago, and there was a photo.
Interesting.
Hey, everybody, Laura Loomer here. I'm so excited to finally announce that I've joined Minect. So please.
And all right, guys. I guess we're going to go ahead and end it on this one, guys. Hey, appreciate the support on this stream, guys. I'm going to go ahead and end out on this. Make sure you guys double tap the screen, like the video on the way out, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And make sure to hit that bell for the notifications every time I go live. And don't worry, we do this every day, guys. All right, guys. You guys have a safe morning. Be safe out there. And guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI, set, and use the code S.E.T. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys. Right there. Once again, guys, you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI. Go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is S.E.T. and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.